Lady Geordies indeed. I saw that. Hello, everyone. Hope that you had a good day. I didn't. I had a really uneventful day. I'm sleepy. And now we're going to continue on for possibly 3 hours as we go through what was very promising from what we saw last night. If you were up past way further than I thought I would be, because I thought that it would take a lot quicker to respond to all of the responses of people saying like, donations reform actually sucks now. So that took ages. And then after that, we started watching the Christmas party. The Santos Presents the Mining Industries Christmas Party. And what a party it was. So far, it was just Gina Reinhardt clearing her lips after every sentence and talking about how awesome mining is, simultaneously saying mining is amazing because it pays all this tax, and then whining that Anthony Albanese has forced them to pay all this tax. And, shock horror, have environmental regulations on them. The audacity. So it was hilarious. And it was way better than I expected. When somebody dropped it to me originally, I thought, can't be that good. It'll be sitting there saying, like, mining profits are up in the Kilbarra region, and the Kilbarra region, as we all know, is one of the fastest growing regions of the regions. Regions. Barnaby Joyce would go out there, yeah! Now, which one of you waitresses wants to have a bonk afterwards? And then that'd be the highlight of it. But so far, in the first 10 minutes, Gina Reinhardt said egregious things. So you can go back and watch that there. Previously, so I just noticed that somebody said hello, and yeah, well, all right, while we're waiting for other people to come in, hello, Dabbies, 2005. Look, as we're always waiting for here, all the money that you send to us in Super Chats goes to the crew to keep everything going. So let's set a goal, shall we? Let's set a goal for 50 Super Chats in an hour. Oh, can we do it? And as always, what do we do if we give it? All right, last time I gave middle fingers out. This time I will give a thumbs up, my personal thumbs up. I'm writing this in right now. This is how interesting this stream is while we're waiting for it to fill out. I will give 1 thumbs up. And then we start the goal, don't we? I think that in the meantime, we'll probably do some Q&As while we're waiting for the fill out. So we've already got one at $5. So here we go. Mr. Gilbert, more Gina lip smacking. Also, shout out Domino's Boy. Give us a new dono goal stooge. Mr. Gilbert, your wish is my command. I don't think that your donation counted to that 50, so let's start again. We've got to get to 50. We have to do it. What happens if we don't? Oh, no. So we've already got another one here. Somebody gave 99 cents. You cheap son of a bitch. How long have we had an internet show for now? I don't know. It comes in and out every now and then. Sometimes we've got something interesting to talk about. Or, if I feel like, being really nasty to people that are being nasty to me in the comments. Such as, but let's start. Look, honestly, every single time I have initiated the nastiness. But I feel inclined to defend myself from these wild allegations that I started. So one of them is, when we did a video about Ray Gun, and we were talking about the fact that she was probably getting advice from lawyers that are sitting there saying, what advice? I think you should sue. Somebody wrote this back. Look at this. I'm drunk as hell in America. Cheers, bro. What time is it in America? I hope it's not during school. I support the Byzantine Empire, says Oliver Wilson for $5. Yes. That's what I like to hear. And somebody just gave 50. What the hell? They're coming in thick and fast. So nice. We've got a great vid today. Thank you. And somebody, the 50 guys said, chug the water, funny man. All right. Look at his sparkling water. So a lot of bubbles are in my throat right now. But I did what I could for the 50. I appreciate it very much. Hajimaruku. Matajax gave $1. Great. Thank you. That's very nice. We so far have 2 out of 50 of our goal of 50 in an hour. Now, let's go on to this question first while we're waiting for people to spill out. So, yes, this was a very deeply troubled lawyer who thought that we were making fun of them. And the reason they thought that is because we clearly were. And holy shamolies, we just got 150. Paycheck just processed today. Take my hooch money. Funny man. Okay, King of Spoons, I will. Damn! Now that's a donation. The rest of you could learn from this, man. Thank you so much. The King of Spoons, I gotta say that, you really didn't have to do that. I mean, $100 would have just sufficed. 150. What are we gonna do for that? Well, last time we were putting on stupid hats every time someone donated $50. Perhaps we should do the same again, shall we? Let's go through the old repertoire again. I'll put on a dumb hat for that. Yeah! You like that? Now, let's read out this very serious comment. Oh, no, hang on. Someone gave $24 as well. Hello, Mr. Shanks. How are you? Very well, Mr. Octopus 8. Octopus 8. Have you seen the movie Octopussy? Man, that movie was all right. Daniel Cheek, $10. The Liberals in Tasmania are completely wasting their money on an expensive stadium. We're in a cost of living crisis, but the Liberals would rather spend money on a giant waste of space. I don't know anything about that. Nothing. This is the other thing that seems to be happening in Tasmania, though, isn't it? It's just that stadium. What else is going on there? What are the plans? What's happening? What's the point of view? What is going on there? I don't know. Are you making salmon still? I have no idea what happens in Tasmania. None. I've got very little understanding of what happens there. I have even less understanding of your electoral system. Now, please continue giving donations. That's very nice of you. But we will also just read out this one comment and then we'll go on. It's a good thing you're not a lawyer because your ignorance of how the legal profession works can at least be chalked up to a genuine absence of know-how. Yes, there are worthless hacks out there, just as there are worthless hacks in every other profession and employment. Yeah, but come on. There's more in law. I mean, look. If you're a shelf stacker at Coles, it's pretty hard to be a hack of a shelf stacker at Coles, isn't it? It's only when you start getting into the professions, especially the professions that involve writing. Don't you think at that point, there's a lot of hacks? Hey, look, I am part of that writing profession. I can safely say, you, sir, are looking at a hack. There's so many hacks. It's fine. Look, everyone calls everyone a hack. Don't get bent out of shape about it. If I got bent out of shape about it, could you imagine if I wrote a comment for every time someone said that I was a hack? I mean, I am doing it right now, but there's a bunch of others that I let go on the slide. I was just told that this one's good. $5 Ryan. F Qantas pay rises over pajama parties. What happened with the pajama party? Is there an update on it? Personally, I would have preferred the pajama party, but all right. Look, again, can I just also say, one more time, the King of Spoons. You're a legend. That's a lot of money. And I very much appreciate you giving me said amount of money. I'm just going to one check before we continue on with that comment. How many people have we got in here? And can we start the Gene and Reinhardt video soon? Now, remember, again, I'll put on a stupid hat if someone gives another $50. Other than that, there's no dumb hats. Now, let me see. Yeah, I think we'll wait a little bit longer before we continue on with that. That's just my quick little thoughts on the matter. I want to hear fuck bruz for this. I don't know if I can say that, so I will say this. F bruz. There you go. Thank you very much for your $5 donation. Let me just check one thing before we continue on. And then we've got to do something else here. Hair. All right, let me just check one thing. Sorry about this. I just have to try and get this to do that thingy-majiggy. Yes, anyway. Yes, there are worthless hacks out there, just as there are worthless hacks in every other profession of employment. But, more often than not, a client comes to me and they're the one suggesting firing off legal notices for every slight inconvenience. I'm not the one who talks them out. I'm the one who talks them out of it, even though it would hurt my livelihood. So no, we don't pretend in the classic internet meme font because this lawyer is down with it, everybody. there's a legal case, and no, we don't just scare. Oh, we did it twice. Cool. People into knowing anything about who don't know anything about the law. Well, okay. I will take this random comments notice that you have never done that before in your life. Granted, I'll say that you are absolutely right. You're very pure and noble in the profession of law. Let me counter with this. You can't talk on behalf of all lawyers. I have had many, I would say at this point, easily a dozen scares in the internet comment, higher case and lower case, scare. I've had a dozen of those in my time. I get them constantly. They always come up with something that you know is not a case, and I know because then I take it to my lawyer and then they say yes or no, they don't have a case. And vast majority of the time, they don't have a case. And then the times that they do have a case, they're bullshit cases anyway. That's a lot of the law profession, especially when it comes to defamation. There's a lot of sharks that go into the law of defamation. So, no, no, I don't agree at all. Hang on one sec. Someone gave us $20, Anthony White. Tell us you worship Slanesh, baby! Sure, why not? Whatever that is. Alright, now I'm going to have to Google what Slanesh is. I know it's some Warhammer reference. It always is. It's always your damn Warhammer. Slanesh. What does he look like? Why has he got lobster legs? Is everyone else seeing that? Okay, so Slanesh is a demon lord for what? The Dark Elves or something? Guys, you really have to understand. I am only into Warhammer because of the meme of it. I'm not into it because... I think everyone is into it because of the meme, aren't they? It's just some people take the meme seriously. Slanesh, blah, 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 some lame little fantasy book quote from there. Slanesh in the Dark Tongue is one of the main antagonists of the Warhammer 40k Age of Sigmar settings. He is a chaos god of excess, perfection, depravity, pleasure, pain. Why always just some god that's like, I'm the god of pleasure? Ooh. Why aren't they just ever like, yeah, no, I'm a god. I'm a godly being. Why do they have to be the god of something? This Greek mythology lameness. I'll go on to the next thing. What else have we got here? Glenn Patterson just gave $5 for no reason. Thank you. We're almost at our $50 target already, aren't we? 15 is very close to 50. Let me see this. Tell us who worships Slanesh, baby. Okay, just did. Thank you. Glenn Patterson, $5. Yep. Okay, so the 10 euros. What have you got? Hi from Netherlands. Have some of my euros. Okay, Mika Van Emmerich. Will do. Thank you very much for it, especially because your euros are probably worth, I don't know, $800 Australian. So I really appreciate that 10. Very nice of you. Mr. Gilbert, I'm enjoying this stream already. I'm sitting down eating a box of cheese and bacon shapes for the snack I heard. It's your favorite, Geordies. Oh, Mr. Gilbert, I can taste that comment. I'm so sick of the cheese and bacon shapes. Why did anybody ever just... Why? Just make one that's cheese and one that's bacon. I mean, look, you already did make one that's cheese. Just make one that's bacon. Why do you have to combine them? Who the hell combines cheese and bacon anyway? Well, those cheese and bacon rolls, is that what you're trying to make? In a biscuit form? Suppose you can do it. Well, it still tastes like crap. Game guy. No more funny hats. Tell us what's up with Burundi, funny man. I know. Let's see what he's up with Burundi. Before we start, let's see what the first thing is that they say. Burundi. Let's see what the first news article is for it. Wow, imagine an entire country not getting any news. That's what's happening there. You look at it, and this is the first thing. It's like a YouTuber. This is like, like one article from 2 weeks ago, and then the next one's from like March of 2021. This is it. Showing the sheets of success. How improved sieging techniques are transforming agriculture in Burundi. That's not really an article. That's more of a piece of US think tank propaganda. But still, look, that's very good. I'm sure that USA is doing a great job there. I can't be bothered to learn any more about it. And anyway, that's what my overlords are doing at the moment. Thank you very much for the update. Let's look into some other comments. Hi from WA. Help me. Why? Why, Julian? Why? You're in God's country. You help me with more money. Even though you already just did help me with money. Thank you, though. 420 Pi tier list when? How can you do that? What Do they make anything except for the 4 and 20 pie? All right, fine. I'll Google that as well, and then we'll start at some point. I think it's probably a good move. I think we probably should just wait until more people flock in before we start the Gina Reinhardt stuff. 420 meat pie range. Are we talking about... Damn, they've got a lot. Okay, so they've got the classic meat pie, Angus beef, light meat pie. Surely that's at the bottom. The Hungry Man pie. No, we have a new champion. The classic pasty, available at petrol and convenience stores. Wow, that is convenient. The butter chicken pie. No, all right, that's the bottom. I'm sure it goes butter chicken, Hungry Man pie, whatever the hell that is. Light Man pie. I'm going to have to look up the Hungry Man 4 and 20 pie. And beef and cheese. No, that could be cheese and bacon-esque. 4 and 20 pie. Hungry Man. Yes! It's that guy! What's his name again? Oh, what's his name? The guy on YouTube is like, hello, let's review all of the crap foods from convenience stores, shall we? What's his name? Greg? Yeah, Greg's Kitchen. He's done it. He's done the plant-based 4 and 20 pie. And he's looking a little sus about it, travellers. Oh, God. Now, if you want truly good Australian YouTube content, forget your Spaniards and your Lewis Spears. Garbage. I'll tell you who the really good ones are. Greg from Greg's Kitchen and whoever that Tasmanian guy is that I'm always saying is mad. The guys are just... Whatever Hungry Jack's is offering us there. Yeah, combo. It's the swirly, whirly, whirly, whirly combo. Swirly, 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 whirly. That is, they'll eat it, and then every time they go, oh yeah, the beads are a bit sweet. Yeah, I think it's a 7 out of 10. With chill beats in the background. What else could you like? Saigon Legacy, $20. Thank you very much for it. Damn, we're doing really well with our target. Already 45 minutes in, 15 minutes in, and we're almost halfway already. So thank you so much for all the donations. Keep them coming. Really appreciate it. Is there a possibility of a family-friendly version of your videos to help dispel the libs BS and how to show? No, people, Bomber, thank you so much for the $5. But people always ask me for family-friendly versions. And then we've spent a lot of time and resources into trying to get up Friendly Geordies the facts. You know what the average views were for those articles? 15! It'd be lucky if there was 160. I sunk like a lot of money into that. It went nowhere. People just like me swearing and being extremely abusive. And look, your guess is as good as to mine as to why that is. But no, that's the secret sauce, apparently. Just being an idiot. And also nasty as well. A nasty idiot. Working in mining, $10. Thank you. Working in mining, well, why didn't you donate more then, you cashed up bogan? Working in mining, I doubt I need to see the Christmas party video. I've attended them, still looking forward to it. Were you at the party? No, there's no way. There's no way you're not a big wig for that. You would not be watching this stream if that was the case. Oh my God, though, Jake, you are in for a treat because last time... Oh, it was so bad. No, not 100. Not 100, Benny. Benny boy! That's way too nice. Okay, well, look, I'm going to have to do something for that. How about I put on the naughty hat, shall I? Even though it's extremely invisible, I'm putting it on. I'm going to put on the freak out naughty boy hat for $100. I got to do it for $100. Benny, that's so nice of you. I appreciate it a lot. My Chrissy party a few years back involved bags, HR birds, toes sucked in public. Yeah. I mean, is it a Christmas party without it? HR bird on the bag, or one bag? Surely you had more than that. Do you work at mining as well, Benny? On the spit boys, HR bird upset, dobbed in the boys, drug test, unemployed, good times. I wish we did Christmas parties, worst Christmas party stories. We're doing worst Christmas party gifts, Benny, next, but your story is incredible. I think it was worth it, honestly. If you're going out on a bang at the Christmas party, you got to give them this. Ironic Employee of the Year, surely. You should be very proud of yourself. Come on, guys. Is everyone else proud of Benny Boy? Like Benny Boy's comment if you're proud of... sorry, I've got to stop calling him Benny Boy. His name's Benny C. It's been a long day. of me. I literally played Risk in the middle of the day. I don't know. I think it's just because I've just been working so much and then I thought, eh. All right, so what have we got next? Thank you, though, Benny C. That's so nice of you. Look, there's some legendary donations here that I wasn't expecting. Huge donations. Again, King of Spoons, $150. Far out. Glenn Patterson just gave another $5 for no reason. Just because he's a nice guy. Paul Rochetto writes, despite that Gina Reinhardt looks like the great unclean from 40k. All right. You twisted my arm. Let's have a gander, shall we? She does! Look, I wish that I was tech savvy enough to put comparison points up, but damn, someone did a really good paint job on that. What are they asking for? £560. That actually is a steal, isn't it? That's a bloody nice looking miniature, yeah? So what is that? Yeah, that is 1,100 Australian. Look, man, I'm kind of tempted. Although there is another Uncle Nurgle here, which is a lot cheaper. And also just as good. Isn't it incredible? Some people are really good at painting. How the hell do you do that? It's surely... This is in direct proportion to how good you are at painting one of these slayers is in direct proportion to how little pussy you've slayed, surely. They're really good, though. I'm always really impressed by that stuff. I do wish that I had a second life and any interest in it. And also, you know what else? I think this is going to be the case. When I am dying on my deathbed, I will unironically be into Warhammer then. I reckon I'll start getting into painting. Because they always say, here, pro tip, if anybody's terminally ill and never going to die, apparently all you should do is paint and bake cookies. That's it. That's what they all say is the way to distract yourself. And they're like, oh yeah, that's right, I'm dead. So there you go. That was morbid for no reason. Let's move on to some other comments. Hey, Jordan. Been a long time fan. This is Dark Cominos. Oh, really? Okay. Good to see that there's some royalty in the midst. Big fan of your work. Who do you think wins in a fight? The cast of the Big Les show or the Astartes from the... Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you guys stop getting me to Google stupid Warhammer? Let me see. What? Ain't no love in Oklahoma. What was it again? What are we looking for? Sorry, I just had to look at something there. Big Les show or the Astartes from the Warhammer universe. Oh, right. It's just like a Space Marine force, is it? Okay. Why is every question about Warhammer? Yes, I think that the Space Marines would win. Thank you very much for your time, as always. Hey, we're on 34 out of 50 for the donations. That's really good. Thank you. That's very, very, very sweet of everybody that's donating so far. GM Ponza, $5. Huge divide between Labor right and left in the current New South Wales government isn't doing us any good. I didn't know that there was a huge divide between the two at the moment. But thank you for the update. I will look into that. I'll see if it has merit. Thank you. Glenn giving me $5. That's very nice. Just bought Wingspan on Steam. How do I play? I don't know, Ethan. I don't know anything about... Thank you for the $15, by the way. I don't know anything. Look, I don't know how to play Wingspan as the board game. I looked at it and it said, you've got several bird seed feeds. Now, don't make sure that you make sure it has to be the correct birdseed feed. Otherwise, you get negative birdseed feed. Birdseed feed can be converted into birdseed feed. Why is this harder than watching birds in real life? Why couldn't this just be a dumb game like Burrito Throw? This is the whole thing. Every time you go into one of those board game places, which is pathetic because it's just for grown-up nerds in their 30s that have IT money to waste on these things, that just have really nice concept art. I think that's it. Don't you think that every time you walk into one of those board game shops, you're buying something purely because the art looks cool, and then you open it up every time, and then it's... Honestly, that one about colonizing Mars looks less complicated, more complicated than colonizing Mars itself. I think Elon Musk has an easier job. Don't you? Does anyone know anything about Wingspan Steam? Thank you for the 35 out of 50. Guys, we're 40 minutes in and we've almost reached the goal. We might have to start another goal in a second. It's too good. It's too good, but let's try and get to that goal first. But thank you so much for all of those donations. Now, I'm just going to quickly look at how many people are in the waiting room, and then perhaps we can start watching this video together as one big happy family. All right, so we're on 1,300-ish. That's not bad. That's okay. I think I'll probably just wait until it gets to like a 1.5, and then I'll start moving into it. And what else can we do? I think we've done everything.
I think as a country...
Who the hell is that? I've just got to look at one thing. Ugh. All right, let's just go. Sorry, I'm just going to look at that again. What have we got here? Jesus, Benny. Benny, stop giving $100. You've been too nice already. That's it. I'm changing hat again. Pretty much because I'm sick of looking at the Luigi hat that's obviously getting washed out by the green screen. And also, in honor of our meme of the moment, Greg's Kitchen. But Benny C, can I just read out your comment? Because how can I not? Too nice. Another mining story. I had a foreman. His name was Spud because he was shaped like a potato. Very imaginative. The creativity on mining sites, eh? He got sacked. The potato got shacked. They cleaned his room. They found a black dildo. Word got out about it. So I named the dildo the Spud Hammer. Thus we started saying, you use the Spud Hammer, eh? So you guys kept it around as a trophy, holding it. Yeah, that's been up his ass. That was up Spud's ass. Surely, wait, hang on. Was Spud a closeted gay? How do we know? Hang on, let me just... Oh! Somebody wrote something really rude and naughty. I'll read it out on stream if I get a $200 donation. Hang on. I'm just going to read it. It's so naughty. That is so rude. Guys, I'm totally texting that back. Benny. Couple of questions that I've got out of that. You don't have to give any more money. You give more than enough money and thank you for it. It's nice to see that the mining industry really does have an ongoing benefit to the wider economy. But I will say this, Benny, first off, what'd you do with the dildo? 2, if you do have the dildo, ship it in, we'll film it. We'll use it for something. That is an incredible... That's such a good story. And then 3rd, you got a photo of the dildo at least? Just so interested in that. Surely it was a closet, right? What straight man has a large black dildo? Anyone out there want to put their hand up? I mean, you know, like every straight man, I've got a wide selection of butt plugs and anal beads, but not a large black dildo. I'll be back here in a second. I'm going to be using my dildo. I'm going to go get some tea, but I will also be using that dildo. And we're back. Welcome back. Benny, again, thanks for the donations. Jesus, that's very, very generous of you. We're almost at the... We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to reach our goal. We're only halfway through, and we're already reached it. We're going to have to make it more ambitious next time. But, Jack Gillespie, thank you so much, donated $20 and said, what's your favourite 40k book? I've never read a single 40k book in my life, but I hear that the one of the two Necron robot gods arguing, they're just having an argument for like 3,000 pages. Apparently that is a brilliant work of literature. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Let me just find that one. Hang on, before we start, I know that we were going to do the Gina Reinhardt thing, and as always, it just devolves into Warhammer chat. God, it's pathetic, isn't it? Let me just try and get this out for you. Hang on. Warhammer 40k book about two robot gods arguing. Yeah, the Infinite and the Divine. Apparently that is supposed to be incredible. I get so many people coming up to me over and over being like, please read this book. It changed my life. It showed me what fiction can be. And I think every time I hear that, yeah, definitely. No. But honestly, because so many people have said it, it does piquing my curiosity. So there is that. And then what would it cost to draw a fake moustache? Okay, look. If someone donates $500, I'll put on a fake moustache. Normally, I'd just do it for the 20, but the only reason is I think that I want to turn this Gina Reinhardt reaction video into an actual video that we can then monetize, and I don't want to have a dumb moustache on while doing it. Actually, yeah, no, you know what? I do want to have a dumb moustache on. I'll make it something accomplishable. $350. Let me see. Mining stories, just some bloke writes. Some fellas I knew live streamed themselves riding a pump wagon down the tailings dam wall. The damage caused cost the company $40K and the boys were moved to another site. See, I think that's just another day on the mining site though, isn't it? They just seem to be the biggest dumbasses on earth. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I think that that's the case. Let me just, it's idiots. Glenn just gave another $5. Thank you, Glenn. $5. How was the rip start, mate? I don't know what you're talking about, but I assume good. Thank you, Josh. Never blowing bubbles. The Liberal government. I had the misfortune of working for the federal government during their third term. Whatever you want to call it. It's very true, wasn't it? That third term, they were really thinking, how the hell are we still in? You know that I know that there are journalists where senior Liberal officials were sitting there saying, I just don't think it's possible for us to lose anymore. How could we lose after that? We did not deserve that Scott Morrison term. Even then. And even then, they barely lost in the next one after that. And Glenn Patterson. All right, so we are up to 47 out of 50. Let me just check how many people we have waiting for this to begin. The patient little people you are. But let's just see, like, yeah, all right, let's try and get to that 47 so we can start a new goal. So we've got 3 more donations that we need, and we just got 48. Bernard Grazer, Amazon will be hyping its Warhammer series at next year's Comic Coins. Will you be attending the one in Sydney? It's called Supernova in Australia. No. Why would I be attending that? Dude, like, I can't do this stuff. If I do this, then I don't have a career. Those are my options.
Why spend your time
see what's
on
happening here. All right, yeah, I think that we're almost ready. Let's just wait for that. 49 out of 50, we're getting close. 50 out of 50! How much for you to visit the Giant of Joy sidewalk? Look, I've done it before. You don't have to pay me anything for that. Have you ever thought about doing a collab with other YouTubers or not your thing? Yeah, I've thought about it, but what YouTubers? What YouTubers should I collab with? Give me a list. Give me their numbers. Do everything for me, please. Give us your thumbs up with your eggplant funny man. We love you. It's not bad with this. I really should. All right. Next 50 goal, I'll do this. Next time I'll do the OK pizza sign with the hat. That's what you get. But Dinga Berza, thank you so much for being number 50. You're a good boy, aren't you? You're a very good boy. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then Benny C just chucks in another 100 right to finish it off. All right, then we're going to have to start the mining story, the actual mining Christmas party thing. But from this miner who's cashed up as it gets, it's another hundo. Last one. It was a shift change, got the sauce pretty heavy. Anyway, fast forward to me putting a Carlton Dry stubby up this chick's ass on the pool table in the rec room. What? It was a shift change, got on the sauce pretty heavy. Anyway, fast forward to me putting a Carlton Dry stubby up this chick's ass in the pool table rec room. Oh yeah, you can imagine what kind of chick that was. A hot one. Definitely. Definitely not one that looks exactly like Gina Reinhardt, I'm sure. And the project manager walks in mid-insertion, didn't break eye contact, and made it to the net. Why is everything just about jamming things up asses? That's just what happens on mine sides. People putting things up other people's asses. That's it. What's with this foreign insertion? Like, what? Yeah, put it up your ass. This weird combination of just like, oh, that's actually, yeah, that feels really good. And also, oh. Benny, thank you for your service. We got to get onto the actual video. Oh, look, that someone else has given an EU 50, which is $100. Does this count as the 500? In all seriousness, love the content, even though none of Ozpearl matters to me. Thank you, Vika. Oh, that is so nice of you. Honestly, everybody that did donate just then, I really appreciate it. Obviously, you're very kind, sweet people. And I love yous all to death. Now, we will get up another goal. And while we're doing this with the Gina Reinhardt stuff, I will stop if anybody has any comment over maybe $20 or something. But Mika, thank you so much for the EU 50. That's really, really nice. I appreciate it a lot. Benny, like all your stories, absolute gold. Everybody else that donated, you know, it's not as much. You could be more generous, couldn't you? But still pretty damn good, I gotta say. You're all legends. Jake Lim writes, more Warhammer content, Geordies. Go to Supernova for the Emperor. Ha! Look, I would become a Warhammer content creator if it was as lucrative as you think it is. It really isn't. Now, let me move on. Let's see if that we can get to yellow and higher. Start the goal, 1 hour. And yeah, you're going to get letter and higher that counts as the chats. Starting the goal. There we go. Somebody gave $20. Okay, Dingaboozer, we're bloody excited to hear your opinion on carbon dioxide is good for plants. We need more carbon dioxide. Let's go. Yeah, you know what's coming, don't you, Dingo? You know what's coming. Thanks for the 20. And a New Zealand 5, what is this? Mines confess their wins? Comment, King. All right, King comment. Let's start. I'm really excited about this. We were about, what was it, 10 minutes in? We'll start at about 12 minutes in. I think it was 12. Let's do this, shall we? Oh, man. It was so much more shocking than I thought it would be.
Let's do it again. Thank you, Santos.
Oh, and just in case you didn't realize, what the recaps were for last time with Gina Reinhardt. Number 1, she has this weird, creepy, psychic child prospect. Remember that episode of Pokemon where there was that little kid that made people small in little doll houses? God, that was a scary episode. She's got that accent. She talks like this. Very enunciated. She lives in this complete and utter delusion of that she's a very worthwhile human being because she was born and she's worth billions of dollars. And as a result, nobody has ever told her that she's an idiot, which is incredible. What you realize is these people are cashed up desert psychos that, and all of a sudden they're worth billions of dollars. And you realize these are the people controlling the country. And you look at their arguments and it's incredible. Even when they are putting up their slides of their own mining funded propaganda, it is so easy to rip apart all of it and they sit there and clap it on. I don't understand why they're even doing it. It would be so much better if you went into this and they were evil geniuses planning to take over the world, but they're kind of just stupid and have this weird, bizarre victim complex. You know? simultaneously say, how dare Anthony Albanese make us pay more tax, which he is, 5 times more than what the Liberal Party was making them pay, and at the same time saying, look at how much we contribute to the economy. Aren't we great? And it's like, you're contributing that because you're being forced to be paying tax under Labor. And you're also simultaneously conspiring to get rid of the Labor government. Idiots. Like, the very thing that they use to justify in their heads, yeah, we're really good people, we're good for the country, they're killing that at the same time. While, ironically, on the screen right now is a headline killing the golden goose. Insane. Now, we'll continue on.
Now it's a time to focus on mining, because when mining doesn't do well, nor do Australians. Recently published data from the Tax Office shows that the mining sector has, for the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined.
Yes, and why is that?
43.1.
We really need to point this out. This is very, very important. Why is the mining sector currently paying more than every other sector combined? Why? Because the Albanese government made the ATO actually work by increasing its staff, increasing its powers, giving it more funding so that it can go after tax evasion. So essentially, it has stopped them from avoiding a bunch of tax, which is now why they're paying more than any other sector. So what they're saying there is they are paying the amount of tax that they should be paying, or closer to what they should be paying, while sitting there and saying, oh, we're such victims. But also saying, aren't we good and charitable people for paying the amount of tax that we're supposed to be paying? Meanwhile, on the other side, as we've been talking about over and over again, you've got your Australia Institute types and the Teals and all that stuff saying like, this government's really timid and isn't going after the mining industry at all. And all this has been this whole time is just a Labor hate fest for 10 minutes. How unfair the Labor Party is. How dare they put environmental regulations on them. How dare they tax them properly. This is all she's been whinging about for 10 minutes straight. You see how both sides, so the crossbench and these liberal sides, these liberal types, they all just lie according to their base about the facts of the situation. They just lie constantly about whatever's convenient. They know, the independents know that their audience, obviously, because they're not in the mining industry, are going to sit there and say, yeah, tax them at 100%. Oh, they're not taxing them at 100%? Timid cowards. And then these guys come in and they're just like, they've made us pay 5 times the amount. How dare they? And look, I agree that, obviously, in an ideal, perfect world, all of the mines would be nationalized. But, you know, when you have this much wealth concentrated in this room here, that is never going to happen, especially when you get them to pay as much tax as they're talking about right now. This is pretty much them plotting to overthrow the government. That's what they've been talking about this whole time.
$1 billion. On top of this, according to the MCA, the mining sector provides a further $31.5 billion in royalties. And on top of all this comes more billions.
And this is the other thing that we forgot. Every sentence that Gina Reinhart finishes, she finishes with this annoying little tick. Ugh. Imagine being around her all day. Imagine being a butler. Would you like your slippers on, Gina Reinhart? Yes. They're the only shoes that I can fit into because of my mighty cankles. Would you like to have some Vaseline on your lips? No. I feel that this gives me a very powerful way to end my sentences. Very good, madam.
The company people's personal income tax, payroll taxes, and other fees. I repeat, shouldn't we have more than one national day?
Oh, yeah, we went through this before.
But what does $74.6 billion in just 2 of the tax payments actually mean in dollars for Australians? To put in perspective, those $74.6 billion alone, without all the other billions, is enough to pay for our entire defence budget, plus all the federal expenditure on schools, plus all federal expenditure on roads, and leaving some change to spare. After a significant increase in health expenditure, Australian taxpayers spend almost $200 million each and every day to run our public hospitals, according to the Australian Institute.
Yeah, okay, so she's just fudged the stats then. She said they pay for all of these benefits in infrastructure and education and the military. And now let's just talk about health. So she's moved the goalpost there. But let's also point out they are still paying a fraction of the wealth that you can obviously argue is rightfully ours. Like, again, I'm not going to sell you false hope like all of the new media types of like, yeah, you just get in the right government, it's going to... No, because there is a long, long history of the mining industry quashing any government that dares do it. We're going to do a video about it going back to the 60s, where there has been a bunch of governments that have been trying to tax and regulate and nationalize mines over the years, and they have been crushed, as in cooped, every single time that has happened. So it's never going to happen, ever. Of course it's not. But while they're sitting there and talking about, look at all this money that we're paying for, this is outrageous, just know that they're still keeping like 80% of it to themselves. Do you think, like, look, again, it's never going to happen. I know I'm just putting this out as nothing but fantasy stoking, but Gina Reinhardt should just be some bush pig. I mean, she is a bush pig. Look at her. She's some bogan that you meet at a country town pub that has a population of 50 in there. I've had 6 kids to 6 different dads. Got some smokes for me. That's who she should be. And yet she is the richest woman on earth. That's our wealth, damn it.
Of health and welfare. The mining industry's tax and royalty contribution alone is worth over $205 million per day. Australia has some of the highest living standards the world has ever seen. This took massive levels of investment, construction of mega projects, and the work of hundreds of thousands of people employed across our resources sector. We have been reaping the rewards of investments made into our mining and related industries over decades. Can we take this success for granted?
I can't handle it. One sec. It's just that sound! I noticed it halfway through the last time, and I think that she's going to be talking like that for another 10 minutes. All right, we're going to have to dole this out for a little bit.
We have now seen for the last 6 consecutive quarters our living standards measured in GDP per capita falling. This is the longest running decline in our national living standards on record. Record business failures, record and rising national debt, rising inflation, and our cost of living crisis. This is not a time for linos, timidly fiddling around a few edges, careful not to upset the minority noises or rapidly increasing bureaucrats, none of whom will ever vote for the coalition. We need to make Australia great again, don't we?
You see? Isn't this incredible? This is the mining industry openly talking about how they're going to get the coalition back in power. You see the level of power that you're dealing with. When everybody sits there and says, oh, it's so easy, all you have to do is tax them. And they're sitting there plotting with billions of dollars, looking out at their large gas investment pipeline that they've just started up. And they're sitting there saying, we'll just get the coalition re-elected again, like that. And they're all clapping. Yeah, I'll chuck in a few billion for it. Why not? Why not? It wouldn't even cost that much. A couple of million on this marginal here. And meanwhile, you have the crossbench saying, oh, no, we're actually not going to pass the donations because it benefits the majors. So we just want to have unlimited money getting spent on elections. Unlimited money getting spent on elections, but they care about money out of politics.
Let's consider the USA on one hand, bringing in Doge to ensure tapes are cut and company tax is soon to be 15%.
They're looking. Did you hear that? They're looking at Elon Musk getting into that made-up government department for himself, where it's there to make him feel big and important. Yes, I'm in control of cutting back government waste. Do you have any power at all? Well, I mean, I've got this cool office and it overlooks a rocket launching out to the... This is what they're talking about. Weird little fantasies about how they're going to get the government to run. So, what do we got here? What are they talking about in their thing? Look at how much money we give to hospitals. Let's get a government in explicitly to figure out how we can cut money from hospitals. Just to make the graph go lower and say, look, mining contributes more to the government every single day that they spend in healthcare by a mile now. What a coincidence.
Drill baby drill president as against Australia. Well, our company tax rate's double that. So far, the coalition has brought in more government tape and regulations than the socialist Whitlam government ever had. Commitment and action to significant...
Oh, sorry, I've got to put that out there. Let's go back and listen to that point again.
We need to make Australia great again, don't we?
So scary.
Let's consider the USA on one hand, bringing in Doge to ensure tapes are cut and company tax is soon to be 15%, plus a drill baby drill president, as against Australia. Well, our company tax rate's double that. So far, the coalition has brought in more government tape and regulations than the socialist Whitlam government ever had. Commitment and action to significantly cut is badly needed, not lino words. Capital is already flooding out of Australia.
Pure fantasy. What did she say in that? That was incredible. What did she say in that for her grand vision of Australia? This is the woman that is in charge of this country, really. At the end of the day, she has the money to install any government she likes. That's what she's talking about now. And you listen to her grand idea of what a perfect Australia would look like, and what is that? One where she doesn't have to pay as much tax. That's it. That's it. Just cutting tax. Just cutting corporate tax. I just don't understand how they're able to keep these two ideas in their head. Oh, look at us. How good are we for donating all of this money charitably to keep hospitals and roads going? Oh, and at the same time, we're going to cut taxes heaps so that we're not contributing that much. But we're still really good people. Even though we're still making billions and unfathomable amounts of money. In that room combined, you'd have to imagine that there'd probably be... The people in there would be commanding probably $500 billion. Just in that room. But they need more.
Hence, we need to act fast. Where are the mammoth investments in Australia being made today? Where is the next Roy Hill that is going to pay high wages and contribute billions in taxes and royalties to state and federal governments? What has happened to this $29 billion gas project for our north when the minister later stated she wouldn't delay the project to protect a dangerous grey sea snake, a snake capable of killing us? Months have passed and that approval process
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is why this evil Labour government has to go. They've put environmental regulations on us. and we're going to wipe out an ecosystem that holds an endangered animal. And that endangered animal, newsflash, guys, is venomous. It could kill us. We're doing a fake. Getting rid of the snake. And it took months for us to delay, months to approve. Do you have any idea how bad that was for me? I've never got no in my life. And now you're telling me no for some silly snake? She's serious. She's serious. That's an argument. Ah, it's a nightmare world. A nightmare world, I tell you. You know what? We do have to thank our lucky stars that Gina Reinhardt is clearly an idiot. Can you imagine if she was smart? Can you imagine if she wasn't some bush pig bogan? Can you imagine if she had a brain? Yes, everyone's putting the snake emoji. Kill the snake. Kill the venomous snake. What is the sea snake that they're talking about here? Look at the Australian writing it up as, this is unbelievable. Why can't we start a mine to wipe out entire species? This Labor government has gone too far with its red tape. Korea Collective writes, even her accent costs money. True. It's really like that, isn't it? Hang on, I'll just read out some other comments. Bendigo Show, big and good. Big and good. Big and good. Yes, that was a sick inside joke. We'll go back to that. Sorry, I'll just read out a couple more of these donations before we continue on. Thank you for that. Even her accent costs money. Man, look at all the snakes. It's incredible. That's great. Thank you, Zard Attack. That's such a good point. The pro-snake agenda. Oh, dude, she's making me an endangered species. This is the best unintentional comedy hour I've ever seen. It's like they're a parody of themselves. Isn't that incredible? If I was satirizing these people, I would sit there and say, nah, that's too far. There's no way they're going to make that point. That snake's venomous. Why do you care about it? Can't you see we're trying to make money for ourselves and cut your taxes at the same time? Do you see how evil this Labor government is? Protecting species and ensuring that we pay for hospitals. It's a nightmare world. A nightmare world. How much are you making this year again? 10 billion. Hang on, I'm going to be back. That was incredible. And we're back. Oh, and just as a reminder, I've got to say, can you sign up to our Patreon? Patreon is what keeps us going. Patreon is what allows us to deliver this. And as you can plainly see, there is a very, very important need for us. Because really, we've gotten to the stage now where I think that we do have an electoral impact. Like us doing this stuff, getting these leaks, the reason that we get this is because we're big. So the bigger that we get, the more we can do of these, which is better for wider society. This is very, very important for the public to know. The fact that the rulers are this removed, that they are pretty much a Blackadder episode. You know, what she is saying here should be satire. But Gina Reinhardt runs this country, is talking about putting in a government that will allow her to kill this awful venomous snake. And guys, we do have to fight against that. And I think that the way that you do fight against that is that you pay for people that want to keep the government in that is keeping this awful, awful snake from going extinct. That's one way of doing it. So it would be very appreciative of you if you did sign up to our Patreon. Links below, I think, in the description. But we will continue on.
Continues. As the federal budget acknowledges, mining investment, quote, primarily reflects expenditures to maintain existing resource production capacity. When you subtract from this level of investment amounts that companies are having to spend on green infrastructure in order to meet the increased green ideology burdens, along with amounts driven by inflated construction costs, which the CME have recently stated have increased by some 23% over the past 4 years. The actual amount of money flowing into building productive new mining projects in Australia, ones which could supply future revenue, is critically low. Further, the MCA has warned.
That's incredible, isn't it? I will never, ever, ever understand how the mining industry can simultaneously talk about, look at how rich we are, look at how much we build this country in inverted commas, and usually what they're talking about is infrastructure to get to mines. But we build this country, we're so rich, we're doing so well, we're genius business, but we're really poor at the same time. We're really poor and we don't have enough money, and so that's why we need our taxes cut, because we just... while showing off our wealth, right here, they're talking about this massive gas facility that they've just made. They've created a big building to ship all these billionaires when they come over. That was another thing that they were talking about in the last video. It was so good. Look at all these billionaires flying off to COP to talk about climate change in their private jets. How did you get into the middle of the Pilbara? Private jet. It was unbelievable. I can't believe that they're able to make that argument. It's just amazing how mush their heads are. But while they're advertising their extreme wealth with that huge gas facility in the background, they're talking about how investment's really low and they're really poor at the moment. It's exactly the same strategy as what they did when Kevin Rudd introduced the mining tax. They talked about, oh no, we just can't make any investments anymore. It's always about investing in the future. We can't make any more investments in this country because the tax is too high. Why? Give us your examples. Well, there's a couple out there in the Nullarbor that we're not going to develop anymore. And you looked at it, and the reality was that there was a long paper trail of them complaining for 6 months before that it wasn't profitable or tenable to develop these sites. And then they just attracted that to, oh, thank you so much for your tax, Kevin Rudd. That's the reason that we can't do it. They do the same thing every time. They are pulling the exact same coup that they pulled on Kevin Rudd. That's what's happening here right now. So they're all getting in on the same page. It's really incredible, isn't it? This is what you see in movies and 60s cartoons. Camp Batman 60s cartoons of all these shady billionaire figures plotting about how to take over the world. It's happening right now. This is phenomenal. And what's even better is them sitting there. I thought that they'd think that they're the good guys in their heads, but I didn't realize how much they'd be whining about how they're the victims. Can you truly imagine being Gina Reinhardt and sitting there and waking up every morning and thinking, no one has it harder than I. I haven't had an easy life. Would you like me to insert your shit funnel in your anus for you, Gina Reinhardt? No, I think I'll use my own muscles this morning, Jeeves. But do bring out the bedpan.
That 80% of the projects in the major resources project pipeline are simply not likely to proceed. It's no longer
See, they're doing it again.
Nation.
They're doing it again. You know the reason that that pipeline would be continuing on? I can guarantee you they use this same line every time. They're always talking about, oh, no, we can't because the investment's low. We're paying too much tax. We just don't have enough money to invest anymore. Which is such a crock because I can tell you now, again, this is never going to happen, ever. And it was due to the way that the country was set up. So I hate this point because the crossbench constantly use it as this little wedge issue. Like this impossible imagined dragon that they've just taunt in front of their electors of, oh, we could totally just have all of our resource money going to us. We could totally do that. And the reality of this situation is, no, you can't, because you have 10% of the GDP now aimed at protecting 10% of the GDP's wealth. That's all it's doing. You are never going to amass a big enough campaign to go against that. Because let's just say that you come up with $100 million to counter their propaganda. Well, they're just going to pump it with $1 billion. Let's say you put $1 billion into propaganda. They're going to come up with $10 billion, and it would be water off a duck's back. It would be nothing to these people to just chuck it, just keep flooding the elections with as much money as they need to win them. And then this is the whole thing. If you have one side of government like the coalition that are completely the pets of the mining industry, saying that whatever Labor puts and implements in against the mining industry, soon as the coalition's in, we're going to get rid of all of it. Well, that cancels out everything, doesn't it? Every single thing the Labor Party does is going to get repealed immediately once the coalition's in. You cannot ever win in that environment. It requires, much like the carbon tax did, it requires both sides of politics to agree to it. So if one side doesn't agree, and it's always the coalition, then that's never going to happen. So when the crossbench always talk about, like, it's so easy, Norway does it. Why does Norway get to tax its resources? Norway gets to tax its resources because both its version of the Liberal Party and its version of the Labor Party both agree to keep taxes high. If one of them doesn't, then all bets are off. All the money just floods into getting that government elected. So it's not happening. And it is absolutely not this stupid, oh, it's both of the majors that aren't doing anything. Look at them whining constantly about how much the Labor Party is taxing them. Right now, they're just sitting there running the same scare campaign that they were running under Rudd now, saying, we don't have enough money for investment. We don't have enough money for investment. In fact, can we just Google this now? I'm going to look this up. How much money, chat, can you help me out with this? How much money do you reckon the mining industry made in profit last year? I wonder if we can just quickly Google that. Okay, so it looks like that they got operating profit before tax. Yeah, 250 billion. Profit. 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 And they're crying poor. 250 billion in profit. Now, let's just talk again while they're sitting there saying, look at how much that we do for this country. Look how much we do for this country. We give so much to this country. We keep it going. How much did Australia spend on healthcare last year? Yeah, so the entire healthcare budget. They made in profit. In profit. So after all of their expenses on infrastructure investment, after all of that, this is the stuff that they capped. Admittedly, some of that was taken out of tax after that. So that would have been what? I don't even know how much they got in it. You'd have to go deep into the ATO figures for that. But I can guarantee you it wouldn't have been at the 30% rate that they're getting because they've got the best tax avoiders on earth working for them. And again, it's going to be impossible to tax them for that. But while they're crying poor in this, like, times are tough, and they're making $250 billion a year. Like, after everything's been spent.
Building and wealth bidding resources projects, but primarily a list of casualties of excessive government, tape and ideological policies. This should be a wake-up call. The siren alarm has gone off. Casualties include an almost ready-to-go gold project, McPhilamies. I hope I pronounced that right. Yes, our government has made a choice to make it much harder to develop resource projects essential to maintain our living standards. And Santos, they want to close yours. Even in resource-rich West Australia, the Fraser Institute Index has shown West Australia has fallen from 4th place to 17th place last year. This is not the time for linos, I repeat. If we want this to change, it's the time for leadership with courage. Let's not be frightened to learn from the success of President-elect Donald Trump.
Jesus, it's so terrifying how much they're on board with Trump and that they just, like, they can't even think. It's amazing that they have so much money and they don't have a lick of creativity between them. It is huge testament to Donald Trump that he is such a showman, I suppose, that he has completely reinvented what all these types of people, how they see themselves. Like, it's honestly pathetic that a room of the richest Australians, probably some of the richest people on earth, are sitting there, like, yeah, we're the downtrodden, forgotten types. Like, that's how they're projecting themselves now. And it is because of Donald Trump just being like, it's horrible, America's a terrible hellscape, and it's all because of me, we're bringing it back. So they're doing that same shtick now. But it's pathetic that none of them can come up with their own shtick. There's not a lick of creativity between any of them. And I think that they honestly just like Donald Trump because they're bogans. They're bogans. They're like the same reason that your uncle in Queensland thinks that Donald Trump's awesome. It's like, yeah, he tells it like it is. Isn't that terrifying? Like, their eyes just seem to glaze over every time they're going through revenue for their own mind, sitting there saying, oh, it's all going. We'll make 240 billion in profit next year, not 250 billion. That's kind of just glaze over. Yeah, numbers. Trump, did someone say Trump? Oh, drill, baby, drill. I remember him saying that. Simps.
Thank you. This president-elect surrounds himself with people who already are an outstanding success so that he can deliver Make America Great Again.
Sorry, can we just... Dolly Parton was right. Money doesn't buy good taste. Gina, what the fuck is that? Look at it. This is something that you get in one of those arcade malls. Yeah, you look great, Dal. What is it? Look, her bra's hanging out. She's a billionaire. What is that? I know it's supposed to be festive or whatever, but Dal, have a little class. Surely you're rich enough to hang around with the King of England or something. He's got to give you some elocution lessons. This is not acceptable. Oh, there's nothing about Gina Reinhardt that's likable, is there? She's like, the thing is, I really miss the old days. I miss the old days when you had the King and Queen of England and they were just so much more graceful and dignified and better educated than the rest of us peasant scum. You know? Wasn't that just like, that's the right way that it should be? Isn't that the weird thing about modern age? That everybody watching this stream right now is probably way more educated than Gina Reinhardt. They're probably way smarter than this woman that has just been baking in West Australia heat for the last 70 years and has never had to pick up a book because, why bother? I have thinking men to think for me. Think for me, thinking men. She pays them $100,000 a year. The newspapers say that you're good, Gina. Yes, I don't need to learn to remember to read anymore, do I? You're smarter than she is. It was so much better, the system before, when you had all of these very cultivated guys smacking little polo sticks around, playing in horses, being very gentlemanly and chivalrous, and, just knowing a lot about India, and sitting there, scratching their chins as they smoked their pipes on leather couches, talking about their adventures in Africa. That was a better ruling elite than we have. Like, look at this. She's desert scum. She's basically one of those birthers in Mad Max. You know those women that they just put up to the milking machines? That's her. How's she in charge?
So what should we do? As I have repeatedly stated, we need to cut government tape, regulations, government wastage, and tax burdens across Australia. We need a USA-style DOGE, that delivers action, one that helps to return dollars to...
You know what's so dumb about that? This is what's so annoying, right? This is just... Elon Musk's ideology seems to be centered entirely around reading Anne Frank when he was 15. So, first off, it's the same thing that all those like libertarian types in the US have of, yes, I will counter Das Kapital with Fountainhead. Which is like, it's a fantasy book. It's like saying, here's my view of the world. Have you read Harry Potter 4? Yeah, I'm going to base my political leanings off of fighting evil with magic. And Bertie Bott's every flavoured beans. We have to invent those. That's how they're running their view of the world. And so he comes in with Doge, which is, guys, it's a joke name. Yeah, this whole, I'm going to cut efficiency. I can't remember. What was it again? He was going to cut something like, God, what was it? A couple of $100 billion out of the deficit or something? That's not going to happen. I can guarantee you. I'm terrible at election predictions. I'm terrible at that. So I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Maybe they are just going to be that psycho and cut the government to those extreme lengths and just completely collapse the government. Maybe they will do that. But probably what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of people around them sitting there and saying, look, you can pick on the Department of Environment as much as you like. You can pick on the Department of Education as much as you like. But that's a very teeny portion of the American budget. You are not going to be cutting this much out of it because then you'll have to start going against the defense industry, which is their version of the mining industry. And that's never going to happen because you just get quashed. So this whole fantasy that they have in their head is based off another man's fantasy, which is based off some Russian immigrant's fantasy of just like, I hate Soviet Russia, so I'm going to write a children's fairy tale. We need a Doge. We need a fictitious, made-up government department that isn't going to do anything. That's what this country needs. That's why we're going to elect Peter Dutton. To install a department of children's fairy tales for my 5-year-old little mind. I told you this before. Don't you think she really has this, I'm a 5-year-old girl. Yeah, but how old are you really? 70.
our pockets and investment back to Australia. Don't be frightened to call for, quote, make our bank accounts great again, close quote. We need governments to reduce the number of approvals required for projects. The first to go should be the federal departments, which repeat what the state departments already do. Certainly not, oh, well, let's try and just say if they comply with, federal departments, then that's okay. That's not what we mean. Lessening the complexity.
See, again, like, that's nothing. She said nothing. She said that there's government departments that replicate what federal government departments do. Names and numbers. Names and numbers. And then immediately backtracks and says, oh, no, we're not talking about the ones that say if you comply with federal government. So what? What department? What? Nothing. There's nothing going on in their heads. It's really scary. You know why I think there's another reason that people like Peter Dutton really like signing up with these mining execs is because they realise, look, as long as we cut their taxes, they're going to be happy, and then I can come up with whatever vision I have for Australia, which is, we all know, this is the guy that set up the Department of Home Affairs. Peter Dutton is a shady, evil, and I will give him this, visionary man. He looks like Voldemort, and he acts like Voldemort with his did terrible things, but great things. Dutton is smart, unlike Reinhardt. Dutton will do terrible things when he is in government. He is going to set up those whole nightmare 1984 universes that you sit there and believe that every government is like, when the reality is, no, they're not. I'll even give it to Malcolm Turnbull. He wasn't like that at all. He was terrified of this exact scenario of Peter Dutton becoming Prime Minister because he knows what a dark, side of government, dark art side of government spook he is. He's really CIA. And they're getting him elected for this whole like, oh, we need a Doge. We need a Doge. And what the hell is this? It's like a cartoon dog on the front. It's so annoying that just because she has a lot of money, she gets a voice. It's, again, I wouldn't mind if she was smart and evil. That to me makes sense in my head, but she's not even that.
Delays and expense of both state and federal departments. We need to return to reliable and cheaper energy. Stop taxpayer funding of unreliable green energy and its incredibly expensive infrastructure. Let business decide if they want to invest in green.
That's incredible. They're sitting there whinging that they don't have enough money for setting up their infrastructure projects. Keep in mind, I think that they exported something along the lines of close to $600 billion last year. They don't have enough money to set up their infrastructure projects, but they're sitting there and saying that setting up a wind farm or a wind turbine farm, which costs what, like a couple tens of millions? Is that it? It's like absolutely nothing in comparison to setting up this giant gas station that they're looking at there. And they're sitting there saying, oh, we just need to stop this wasteful spending of this energy that is cheap and free and reliable and is going to damage our profit margin. There's no incentive in that at all. It's just really expensive. Let businesses decide if they want to invest in it or not. But don't we give you tens of billions of dollars in handouts? I can guarantee you this. What we give to renewables, I'm almost certain about this without even looking at the numbers, and someone is more than willing, because I can't be bothered to go look into that because that's something that's going to take me hours. But I bet you the upshot of it is that the Australian government probably gives out a bunch of subsidies to the mining industry because, and I don't blame the Australian government for it. You have to understand, when capital gets this concentrated, governments are very secondary to what their whims are, you know? So if they want those subsidies, they get those subsidies. But the thing is that I bet you what we are investing in renewables probably isn't on scale to how much we're giving out in subsidies. And renewables is killing them. It's eating them alive. This is why they're so scared about it, because you have no idea how much the Albanese government has done in a couple of years. I think that they've installed enough renewable energy to power 7 million homes. In other words, there has been more renewables put online in the last 2 years than there was over the last 10 under the coalition. And all of the renewables that we had getting put online during the coalition being in power was because of the Labor government installing all of these clean energy finance corporations that kept money pumping into renewables while they were in opposition. This is the other great thing about Labor governments, is they think long term, because they're filled with smart people. They're not rich people like these are, but they're smart. And so they think long term and think, well, we're not going to be in government all the time. And there needs to be renewables that are built after that. So they come up with mechanisms so that it is still receiving finance from that. But the investment that you have got for what is on the grid now, I think it's like 35% of the grid is now renewables. The amount of time and the level of investment that is put into that would be infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. Can you imagine if we chuck 600 billion at renewables? I think that the budgets, I remember hearing that Anthony Albanese, I think it was $250 billion. This is over the span of 10 years or something. Invested $250 billion, huge amounts of money into renewables, right? But this is the whole thing. Renewables are so cheap that you can put in a fraction of what the mining industry requires to make that same amount in gas and coal, and it's just eating them alive. This is why they want it killed off as quickly as possible. But the whole thing is, Gina, look, even if the government doesn't invest in renewables, I've got news for you. It's just so much better than your source of energy that the private sector will do it. It's just that it's better when there is a government in there that is sort of navigating how it's going to be built and coordinating private investment in projects. It's just a better way of doing things. It's like, dude, I understand that you're trying to elongate profits as much as possible, but I honestly think that Gina Rinehart is so demented that she thinks, no, I'll continue to be able to pump out this much gas and coal forever. I think she thinks that.
Without being forced to do so. We need a return to the up path that I have spoken about. The up path means implementing policies that see our investment, opportunities, and living standards go up. At the moment, unfortunately, our governments are sending us down the down path. We see this with productive investment.
Sorry, I should be reading out the people that are giving out super chats. Thank you to everybody who is. Make sure that you sign up to Patreon as well. But Braden Marsh wrote, Hanson was there. She was dancing with Gina. Yes, 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 she's right there. Look. There she is, Ronald McDonald, right there. And guess who that is? Sky News' own Rita Panay. Fair and balanced as always.
Disappearing overseas, declining living standards over 6 consecutive quarters, record business failures, increased inflation. Is this what the majority of Australians want? We should be watching and learning from the recent announcement now showing on the screen. Great words, aren't they? Following President-elect Trump's Tasami victory, that he will be establishing a Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk and fellow billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy, very brilliant chap, both are, leading the change. They will achieve significant cutting of the tape, yes, significantly, not the lino preferred word streamlining, when even the chair of ASIC has recently said there is too much tape to cope with. That's from ASIC. Oh. Doge will cut government intrusion, cut government waste, and enable President-elect Trump to cut taxes. You've got to cut the other first before he can properly cut taxes. To enable tax cuts here in Aussie.
Isn't that interesting? She just gave away the game, didn't she? The reason that they're constantly talking about cutting back on government departments, the reason that they want that is so they can justify cutting taxes for corporations. So basically what they're saying when they're always saying, oh yeah, we need to cut back on red tape, there's too much red tape, really all they're saying is, I want to pay less in tax. So then the Liberal Party comes in and says, oh, we need to get rid of all of these because there's just so many wasteful public servants out there. You know, if there's one thing society has, it's not enough, it's too many people in the ATO. Chasing down tax cheats. There's too many of those. We need to get rid of those. She gave away the game right there. It's called starving the beast, by the way. Really what they're talking about is making a dysfunctional country, right? Like if you don't have a functioning bureaucracy, you don't have a functioning country. There is a very, very distinct pattern throughout history that he who builds the best bureaucracy ends up having the best society. All through it. So Persia, for instance, incredible bureaucracy. Rome, incredible bureaucracy. This is what maintained these empires. They were unashamedly big government. Then went to shit during the Dark Ages, didn't it? What kept functioning during the Dark Ages? Byzantium, you would know this if you went to my live show, which was the East Roman Empire. Why did that keep going? Because it kept the bureaucracy intact. It had taxes going into paying the bureaucracy. That's why living in Byzantium throughout the Middle Ages was like living in ancient Rome. And living anywhere else in Europe was like living in medieval Europe. This is the difference. They're moving you closer towards living in the Dark Ages. That's what they're advocating for here.
We need to cut government expenditure and waste. Out with the failed approach. That being, let's get the bureaucracy.
Yes, if there's one thing that I don't see when I look at this room built just to look at a gas plant that'll be bulldozed immediately with all these upgraded roads and tarmacs so that we can fly our jets in for one little boring meeting, it's waste. You know, bureaucrats, they're the ones that are wasting money, aren't they? Every single cent is so well accounted for in the mining industry. I was sitting there going like, oh, we don't have enough to invest. Maybe it's just because you're a bunch of wasteful, slothful dullards. This is one of Kevin Rudd's main points about the business world of Australia, and I agree with it wholeheartedly, which is, it's so slothful and lazy. This is the business world of Australia every time. Cut taxes. I hate unions. That's it. I hate unions. Cut taxes. They never have any innovative ideas, ever. his big point is, think about it, what is one internationally renowned brand in Australia? I mean, they have had some of the best and longest serving, best economic conditions of anywhere in the world. And that, again, is because of Keating and then followed by Rudd. Like, they've really protected this country for 30 years straight from any economic downturns. They've had 30 years to come up with an internationally recognized brand. Japan, South Korea, they've come up with dozens each. And we've had much better economic conditions here. Easy as. What have we got? Nothing. They're just, it makes so much sense when you look at these people because their brains are fried from being in the hot desert sun for too long. They're not smart. They have no initiative. They have no innovation. Sorry. Let's go into this. Hi, just to watch someone speak. $20. Hi, Jordan. I know you're sympathetic to private supply slash public monopsony over price controls because but like, hang on. Sorry, you've just come out there. But thank you for the donation. Thank you. Honestly, I will be reading out any of those. Hi again, Jordan. I know you're sympathetic to private supply slash pub monopsony over price controls because but like, what the fuck deals with exactly this cartel behavior displayed in this exact video except pulling a Rex Connor? Right. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about here, right? Every single time, independents will come out and they'll say, we need to tax them. We need to nationalize the mines. They'll say something big and brave like that, forgetting that all throughout history, first off, you had a Liberal government under John Gorton that tried to do something that I think was way more genius. I'm going to be doing a big video about this, but his suggestion to this private concentration of wealth from the mining industry that has existed since Australia was a nation. Yeah, like even in settlement times, you had a bunch of private British contracts being put out for mining. So private capital was part of this nation's DNA, just like unions were. The blessing of this country is the fact that we were founded with unions, and the curse is that we were founded with private capital into our mines instead of public capital, right? So that was the way that it started. And so they were already disproportionately powerful by the 60s. Then John Gorton came in and said, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a public corporation that starts developing mining sites, and that money goes into the public coffers, which I thought, honestly, that's a genius idea. The best solution out of all of this would have been, as in the one that those would be most likely to agree with, the people that these fat slugs here would most likely agree with, is if there was just a public corporation like a Santos, but it was called like Pantosh Public Gas, you know, I don't know, something like that. And they were developing resources in Australia, and they were putting that money into the public coffers so that we got the money for at least that, right? That's fine. At that stage, honestly, I think John Gorton was onto something as well. That was the one that they were most likely to agree with. What happened? The Liberal Party cooed him. Why did they coup him? Because even then, the mining industry controlled the Liberal Party. And so you had one honest Liberal Prime Minister. They had one in their entire history that thought, all right, that's a good move. Let's do that. Then he got canned. Then William McMahon came in, immediately turned his fund that he was turning into this like private mining company into I think it was like a merchant bank or something like that. Just wiped it. Keep in mind, back then, the mining industry was way less powerful than it is now. That was in the 60s. Then Gough Whitlam comes in and he says, we're going to nationalize the mines. That is why he was cooed. Fight me. I can guarantee you, I will go into great excruciating detail in that video, the reason that he was cooed. The reason that Gough Whitlam was cooed is because he wanted to nationalize the mines. That's why he was cooed. Do you understand the power that they've got going for them? Now, this whole point that they always say, the independents, your Rex Connors, Monique Ryans, they all just say this point over and over. We just need a government in power. We just need a government in power that has the guts to take them on. And they always just keep conveniently out of that we've had like half a dozen governments that had the guts to take them on in our history. We've had half a dozen governments. Half a dozen. Easily. I'm not even including actually Ben Chifley, for instance. Ben Chifley tried to take them on. And he wasn't cooed by the mines. He was cooed by the banks instead. He was taking them on at the same time. But regardless, right? So that was one of them. Then you've got Whitlam goes out, Malcolm Fraser comes in. Then Malcolm Fraser opens up investment privately for mines and mining companies. He just gets rid of all the rules and regulations for it. So there's even more private companies coming into this country and ripping it of its resources. So after Fraser, it's way more powerful than it was when Gorton and Whitlam were taking it on. It's far more powerful now. There is far more private capital in it since the 70s from those rule changes. So before that, let's just understand how powerful they were. Gorton gets up, says that he wants to set up a public company just to compete with them. That's not good enough. He gets cooed by his own party. Then Whitlam comes up. He doesn't get cooed by the Labour movement because the Labour movement is filled with people that are actually care about the direction of this country. And as Gorton proves, there's like an occasional Liberal that does. But most of them are just a bunch of self-serving snakes. You'd think that they'd be more sympathetic to this venomous snake that they're eliminating in these minds. Ooh. But, you know, they move on to the next point. Sorry, we will continue on and we'll go on to some other ones after this. So then, after that, the game's over. You understand? So then Whitlam gets cooed by the CIA, not his party. The CIA get involved and out him. And that's not even one thing. Like him trying to pass the bill, they sit there and say, oh, they couldn't get a bunch of bills past the Senate. The Senate blocked them. Yeah, the Senate did block them. That little myth that you hear about, oh, it was because of economic mismanagement. Gough Whitlam was so bad with the economy that the Liberals, the good economic managers, had to block supply in the Senate so he couldn't pass it for the budget. But what they always forget is one of the handful of bills that they were blocking was him trying to nationalise the mines. That's one that they were trying to get passed, and that was the main one that they blocked. That went to the High Court. Guess what? The High Court's filled with Liberals because Menzies had been in for 30 years, so he's been stacking the High Court. It's filled with Liberals. They say, they come up with some bullshit technicality for why they can't pass it. Then they've got all the state governments filing legal challenges. All the state governments, the time that were Liberal, which were 4 of them, they all find challenges. So think about this. You've got the Senate working against them. Oh, and also, how good's this? Here's your, this is why you need a crossbench, by the way. The crossbench at the time, there was 2 on the crossbench. The Liberals and the Nationals had 29. Labor had 29 in the Senate. Don't we need a crossbench, to keep the bastards honest? Why don't we have national mines now? Because of the fucking crossbench. Why don't we have any donation caps now? Because of the fucking crossbench. Why don't we have EPA protection now? Because of the fucking crossbench. It is a scam. The whole thing of this whole like, oh, Labor and Liberal are shit and shit light. No, all throughout history, if you ever look at it, it's always the fucking crossbench that is the shit light part. They are just fucking Liberals in disguise. Every time. Every time. We would have nationalised mines if it wasn't for the crossbench. But that because they blocked that bill, that was able to go to the High Court, and then the High Court was able to clamp down on it, and then the CIA just fucking ousted him, right? So then you've got Fraser that comes in, and then he gives even more power to them by putting even more money into the investment of private mines, right? Then Hawke comes in. Hawke tries to start a gas tax, a petroleum tax. And it gets exactly the same treatment because now you're coming into the age of think tanks. And so they have come up with a much easier, cleaner way of deposing policy that they don't like than just outing a government outright, like they did under Whitlam. He tries to put in the petroleum tax. It gets blocked in exactly the same way that Rudd, when he came in and tried to put in the mining tax, they used as well. Like, it's the same playbook. They're using that playbook right now. This is the same playbook that they use over and over again. It's the same tested arguments that they've been using since the 80s. You don't understand how stacked the deck is. So it angers me to no end that you have all these independents constantly saying, oh, we just need a Norway. We need to do the same thing Norway does. It's just that easy. We've tried it 6 times. It's not going to happen. The reason it's not going to happen is because they can always install the coalition government very, very easily. They never point out that they can just easily drop $100 million on dark money, and then that floods the airwaves with a bunch of propaganda to get the Labor government out, and then the coalition gets in, and not only do you not get any mining resources, you get way less. Again, the Labor government right now is making them pay 5 times the amount that the Liberal Party was in resources. This is what they're whining about now. This is why they want to get rid of the Labor government, because they're making them pay their actual amount of tax that they're supposed to be paying, and they're trying to get rid of them for that. This is all a con that the independents pull because they just know that there is enough people that sit there and go, yeah, we should get money for our resources. We should totally get money for our resources. Not knowing any of that context at all. Not knowing that, like, what does happen is exactly what happened with the carbon tax, which is that as soon as you push this, moneyed interests like this will just get the coalition installed, and then you've got 10 years of the coalition. And then not only do you not get the revenue from the mining, immediately revenue for mining will just get absolutely slashed. It'll be a fifth of what it is now, so you don't even get that. But on top of that, Medicare gets privatized. The NDIS gets privatized. Every public service gets slashed. The ATO gets slashed, so you can't even go after them to go and find taxes. Not only that, they just rape the environment entirely. They just absolutely every government environmental regulation just gets completely repealed. You have a bunch of these mines get approved that should never be approved, that is subsidized by even more government money. The list goes on and on. I've done 10 years of why coalition governments are absolutely deplorable, and the independents just pathetically, cynically sit there and pretend like, oh, it's the majors' fault. It's the majors' fault that we don't have revenue like Norway. Keeping aside that every Labour government ever, since the turn of the war, has been trying to implement exactly what they do. And they've been in a much better position to do it than the bloody independents that are never, ever going to do it, ever. They just say it as a marketing con, exactly the same way that Peter Dutton talks about nuclear power. We need nuclear power in the grid. Why? Why? It's all just a smoke screen to keep coal and gas pumping for as long as possible, and another excuse to just rip investment out of renewables. That's it. So the only reason that they talk about it is so that they can get voted in. That's it. They know that this is never going to happen. They must know. These people are not idiots. It's so cynical what they're doing. I just want my super chat. Swampy, good on you. Swampy, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. $50. That's sick. I appreciate it a lot. That's great. Anybody else that wants to give money, that'd be good. $10 from Mira Guitarist. But sure, thank you for the $10, and thank you for the $50 as well, just for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Keep them coming. Let's get to our target of 50. I know that I've been watching this for a bit, and we will go back to watching it in a second, but let's see what everybody else has said that is donated, because that's what keeps the channel going. Make sure you sign up for Patreon. But surely what is good for mining execs is good for us, right? My car radio says Labour's bad. Well, didn't you hear? Didn't you hear, everyone? Gina Reinhardt says that when the mining industry flourishes, so does Australia. I guess. According to this woman that's sitting there going, why we need this joke government department in America? Doge. That's a big idea. We need Doge. Brendan Brentwood, $5. To go to your next Liberal politician Airbnb mansion stay. Hope you have a good Christmas, man. Brendan, you're a legend. Thank you so much for that. This is a very kind remark. I really appreciate it. That's very, very good. Thank you for it. Freddie Yoga writes, dark money sounds bad, doesn't it? Doesn't dark money sound so cool? It is. The thing is, what angers me, again, I just need to reiterate this in case you've come back. I wish that these were the chin-wagging, around a dark table, lighting cigars, plotty, evil people that you see in movies. Those people do exist. But I wish that at the very least that those plotty, evil people had the access to the money and capital that these dumbass bogans have of like, I like Trump and country music. They're just idiots. They're rural bumpkin morons. It's annoying. But yes, they are able to flood money in, but they wouldn't call it dark money. They'd be like, we just need to get our investment back. We need to get our country back. Like Trump got America back. I like Trump because Sky News says Trump's good. It's lame. It's just all these Sky News watchers. Like that. I bet you all of these execs are sitting there going, oh my God, it's Rita Panay. Wow. I love her lefties losing it segment. So good. Refund Wingspan. Here's the cash. Why, Ethan, that's incredible. Okay. All right. Before we go on. Ethan, when we were doing our previous fundraising goal. And thank you so much for coming back, Ethan. He tried to figure out how to play Wingspan the game. And he couldn't figure it out, so he gave me the cash instead. He gave a refund for Wingspan, he gave it to me. Look, I'll say this, man. Honestly, me engaging you right now, I'm telling you now, that's probably more engaging than the entire show. I mean, the game. The game sucks. It really does. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too much of an idiot for the game. And obviously Ethan is as well. And I'm profiting off of your idiocy, and I thank you very much and sincerely for it, Ethan. We got $5 from Jackie Boy. Jordan, would you please explain dark money for us plebeians who know nothing at all? I will, but first I'm going to go do a pee. Oh, and make sure you keep the donations covered. Sorry, where was I? Thank you. What was the last question that I got? Educatrix, $20. Keep up the good work, Geordies. Will do. Thank you very much for your donation. All right. Sorry. Yes, we will start another goal this time. Yes, we'll do the same one. Yeah, yellow or higher. Start the goal. Let's see how we go. Thank you so much for it. Told my mum to watch part of yesterday's stream where you first overviewed the party. Her only objection was that she thought you were rude. Yeah, that's every single person ever. Everyone always shows their mums and they say, he's right, but why does he have to be such a dick about it? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't. But thank you so much for that Monday's Last Brain Cell. Good on you for watching that. Thank you. Okay, Katra, $30. If you had to guess which Warhammer army Big J would pick, and or would she get confused trying to understand how the combat system works, that she would throw a hissy fit and just give up? Or would she try to buy like Elon and D&D? Katra, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not educated enough in your world to give you an answer for that. But Katra, sure, why not? Look, I wish I could give you a better answer for that. I really do, because you just gave me $30 and I appreciate it very much, because that's what keeps the channel going. It'd be great if you all signed up for Patreon as well. Just saying, only a couple of bucks a week, same price that you pay for a newspaper, and we are fighting against this. That's what we do with your money every day. We try and think of ways so that we can combat exactly these evil billionaire overlords plotting to overthrow the government. Like plotting a coup. That's what they're doing here. And that's what we're going to try and do with your cash, right? Like, and that's what and I think that we actually have a successful track record with it, at least on a state government level. You can't not say that we didn't contribute to the public discourse. Seriously, just think about this for a second. I'm sorry to narcissistically toot our own horn here, but can you imagine the public discourse without us? Seriously, what is it? It's just them reviewing the Australian that they pay for and keep going and going, that's a nice article. That's a nice article as well. Just Murdoch press seeping into all of traditional media. And then you have all of these well-funded, extremely well-funded independents with basically factions of the old media empire, like the former Murdochs that don't like the Murdoch press and the former Fairfaxes that don't like the Fairfax press, funding their own elite billionaire party of the independents and teals. And that would be the actual fight. And it's just like, as we've gone through 1,000 times before, so evil what they're doing. If Dutton's daughter is your daughter's mother, what are you to Dutton? If Dutton's daughter is your daughter's mother, what are you to Dutton? Does anyone know the answer to that? Because I certainly don't. I'm an idiot. I really don't. I just smack Dutton's daughter, frankly. That's what I'd do. Wouldn't you, mate? Does Dutton have a daughter? I hope she's not underage, because that's not what I meant. If Dutton's daughter is your daughter's mother, I don't know. I'm too much of an idiot. I'm too stupid for all of you. Now let's continue on with this chat that we've got. So we'll, like, anybody start donating to that. That would be widely appreciated. What else have we got here? Oh, yes. Somebody said, oh, Josh said Wingspan's actually good. Enjoy your piss. Thank you, Will. I did enjoy my piss. Thank you for that, though. Do you think that Turnbull was also cooed out of office by the Minerals Councils and Gina? But Trump and Israel as well. Timmy, no. I think that Malcolm Turnbull was cooed out of office purely because of spite. That was pretty much the only reason. There wasn't any grand scheme behind that one. That was just the Liberal Party being the dysfunctional twats that they are. That was them vying for a resume position that they wanted for themselves. And looks like they got it. Thank you very much for that one donation so far. What have we got here? Why are they all disappearing and invisible to me? That's very strange. Somebody just said also, can you explain what dark money is before we go into anything? Could somebody explain to me what dark money is? Dark money, are you ready to get seriously red-pilled? This whole chat that you see all the time in the press of, we need to get money out of politics. politicians getting money from donations is really bad because politicians are evil, and we, the noble press, are always keeping them honest. We're so honest and cool, and you know, the Australia Institute and Climate 200, we're so honest and cool, and we have no hidden agenda whatsoever. It's all politicians, and they need to not have any money. And then obviously, like what we saw then recently, as you go and watch my recent video, as soon as these independents got the opportunity to take money out of politics, they immediately reject it because they realize, oh, we get a lot of money from donations from millionaires, and so this would affect us. So no, it's not good anymore. We don't like it now. It's the major's fault. It was pathetic, honestly. So anyway, that's all a sideshow. I seriously think the only good thing that really would happen out of capping donations is what is happening to the American political system is when you have unlimited money getting pumped into elections. I honestly don't think it's this whole shadowy, you go to some guy rubbing his hands in an alley, now it's time for you to do a favor for me, Trump. I don't even think it's like that. I think it's more the fact that if you are a politician and you have to spend your entire life going over to these assholes, going to fundraisers, constantly going to your little Boy Scouts meeting. Oh, Boy Scouts is so... I remember when I was a Boy Scout, it taught me some manners. Can I have some money? Thank you very much. Move to the next thing. Yes, Girl Scouts is also very important. Can I have some money? That, if you just keep doing that for your entire term, how much time are you focusing on policy? How much time are you going through existing policy that is going to your legislator? How much time are you focusing on your actual community? Not much. And the thing is that if you don't, then you're replaced with someone who's probably just going to be even more self-interested, you know, like, because it's just going to keep going to the person that spends more time sucking up to people with money, because that's the only way that you can get elected. That's what happens if you don't put caps on donations. So I think that it's more a thing of this nation would be a hell of a lot poorer collectively if you had a bunch of politicians that have to spend their entire time fundraising. Because you go look at it, and honestly, the dearth of ideas that are coming out of America, it's honestly running them into the ground. Whenever you listen to the press, they're always just regurgitating the same talking points that really have nothing to do with policy at all. And let's be honest, yes, there are policies that are going through the American system, but they're not great visionary ideas. And that's because no one has time to think. Everybody has to just keep out fundraising everyone else all the time. And that is slowly happening to the Australian system. So that would have been good if that was capped purely for that reason. That was the only reason. Dark money, really, is what you think donations to politicians do. Dark money, okay, so you think that donations, this is the general cartoon that everyone has in their head. Someone walks in with a big bag of cash and says, vote for this bill that's against the people. And then a politician goes, yes, anything you say, master, because I'm very corrupt. Which, again, if you go back and watch my video, Whinge Merchants, the reason that everybody thinks that politicians are just these corrupt entities, that the only reason they could ever want to get into public service is because they're corrupt, right? Like, it happens. It's way rarer than what you think it is. Most people do go into the public service because they want to make a public contribution. Or they're just talentless hacks of the party machine. Or they're just talentless independent hacks that were too talentless to be hacks in the party machine. So there's that as well. But generally, it's not this whole like, I'm going in debt and I'm going to really get some government contracts for myself. There's this, and obviously the press is going to highlight those examples. I highlighted it heaps with Bruz, for instance, yeah? But that's does not explain that there's a reason that there was just Bruz that we were going after, because he was that. The rest of them aren't, you know? Like, you can find examples of it, but they're a lot rarer than you think. Usually it's just a bunch of boring people sitting through very boring parliamentary papers, bean counting and arguing over funding for programs that you've never heard of in your life and aren't important, right? Like, that's most politics. Anyway, you think that that's what donations do. That it goes in and then it corrupts them and bribes them into voting against public policy that's not in the public's interest. No, that's really not how it works. You can point to any example you like when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the recent election in Queensland, for instance, right? So they wanted to put a tax on coal, and then coal comes along and says, no. And so what does coal do? Coal doesn't bribe the Labor Party into dropping the taxes. It's not going to work. They've put the taxes in place. They did it because they believe in it, because shock horror, who'd have ever thought people go into the public service because they believe in the public service. Thank you very much for those donations, by the way. I'll just quickly read those out. Thank you, anybody that has donated so far. I really appreciate it. When we will see the Media's Touch network, Fredly Geordie's crossover, that they would absolutely froth for this line, considered thinking a commentary. I have no idea who that is, Billy. No idea at all. But send them through. I'd be happy to have a look at them. You need a very simple, memorable quote about the mining industry, perhaps bloated and greedy. Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? To just turn it on what they say about the public service. That would be great. Yeah, Swampy. I just got to thank you again for your 50 because that was very, very generous of you. I appreciate it a lot. Yes, so anyway, what dark money is, and we'll continue on with this afterwards. Whatever, that seems to be frozen for the second. What dark money does... it's gone off. I'll come back to it in a second. What dark money does. Dark money is what the mining industry will do instead of saying like, oh, yeah, we're going to bribe politicians' money, which it doesn't work like that. No. Most politicians aren't stupid enough to, oh, 10 grand? Yeah, okay, I'll repeal the tax. It's just a stupid cartoon image that like lazy commentators put into people's minds. America just went down blackout for reals. Oh, okay, cool. That's good to know. Thank you for that, Ben. What it does, instead, this is how politics is really influenced. What the mining industry will do instead, and we don't know how much because that's the whole point of dark money, but we know, obviously, the coal industry obviously went to a bunch of PR firms, dumped money into these PR firms to come up with a reason for why this Labor government has to go in Queensland. And so they landed on, crime. We'll just massively exaggerate crime. And so they just feed the media all these stories about crime. Crime. The media is filled with a bunch of these hacks from these think tanks and PR firms that want to get jobs in the PR firms because the media industry is dying. And on top of that, they're just dickheads anyway. And so they keep this narrative of like, it's all about crime. Crime's just going insane. Keeping in mind that what is really happening is that the mining industry is dumping money into PR firms to concoct this whole crime wave of, youth crime in Queensland, when the reality was that youth crime was going down. But the public was voting on, we need crime. We need to get Labor out because they're so bad on youth crime, even though they're the only government in the last 20 years that has actually reduced youth crime significantly. But they're so bad at it, right? So we've got to get rid of them on that. What the mining industry will never do is come out and run big advertisements. They might actually. They will do it because they're so vain. But they know that this is never going to move the needle, right? They're never going to come out and say, the reason that we're against the Labor government is because the Labor government is getting money for your resources that are yours, and so you should be getting money for them to help you out of the cost of living crisis, to give you all of these rebates in energy, to give you, like a bunch of job creation programs, to make sure that we are buying up petrol stations so that we can make petrol cheaper for everybody. We're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. We think that we should be able to keep those profits, not you. They're never going to come out and run a bunch of ads like that. Instead, what they do is they find some other stupid little pressure point that they turn the election into. And then, like this one, for instance, was like the crime. We've got to get crime out of control. What was the one when they needed to get rid of Rudd in 2013? Oh, we've got to get the debt under control. The debt's going nuts. And they just keep pumping the press and they keep pumping billboards everywhere about like debt's gone crazy. That's what dark money does. It just distracts the public and deflects them into some made up, concocted, huge crime wave or whatever to get rid of the government that they want to get rid of because, shock horror, they're taxing them correctly. That's what that does. Thank you for making me explain that because it's very, very important. I think dark money is really... And so the thing is, you can't legislate against dark money. It's always going to be there. So the whole point of like, we need to get money out of politics and donations are really bad, really is just a sideshow because you can't do anything about dark money. Like this is just the way that politics is. Damn, this is turning into a real black pill stream, isn't it? Do you think that we should allow lobbying from certain industries, or would it be a complete ban across all industries be better? If you would support a ban, moving cars, would you support a ban? Again, it's just one of these things of just like ban lobbying. You can't. There is no way. Like, basically, if you're going to sit there and say lobbying against all industries, politicians should not be lobbied against industry people. What does that mean? How do you police that? First off, what do you say that they're never allowed to have a coffee with somebody that works in an industry? Which, first off, politicians do need to have coffees with people in industries because they are making legislations and laws for society, and industries represent a large sector of society. They represent a bunch of people that are employed in that field. They know certain things about it. A very good example of this, say, for instance, would be with the supermarket reforms. So you had the Greens and the Nationals coming out and saying, yeah, just break up the supermarkets, mate. Just do that. And then they came back with the reports and all the industries that would be affected by breaking up the supermarkets. And then Labor realised, oh, that's actually a terrible idea to break up the supermarkets. Like, that would just absolutely collapse the entire supply chain. Yeah? So, like, it would be very, very bad, even if you could do it, to make it so politicians can't talk to people in industry anyway. Industry is a large section of society. And it's responsible collectively for the economy going forward. So, again, this is one of these things that I think the reason that you're saying this, movement, is because there are a bunch of these well-funded think tanks like your Australia Institutes, Climate 200, that pump these ideas into Gen Z's head because it's just like they know that this generation has this whole idea and ethos in their mind of all money in politics is bad and everybody's evil and corrupt in there. And so, like, they just always try and sell this overly simplistic stuff, with the sheer irony of it being that it is funded by a bunch of billionaires and they're just using your sentiments against you, you know? So I think that that's the main point for that. I got $20 from Reminder, the coalition Blade. Reminder, the coalition doesn't even listen to the scientists that they themselves appointed. Dr. Foley was appointed as chief scientist by ScoMo. She says nuclear is expensive. Libs say they don't trust the results. It's hilarious. Thank you, Blade. That was a very timely reminder. Let's see if we can get to our goal of 50, but thank you so much for that 20. I do really appreciate it. That was hilarious. Very good. Sick. All right, well, that's kind of just frozen up. I don't know why my chat is. Let's go back to this. Someone just wrote, Captain Bucket, I thought you liked the Australia Institute. No, I don't. I don't like any think tanks. The Australia Institute, if you go look at it, first off, it was funded by a faction of the Murdochs that were pissed off with Rupert Murdoch. But again, they're just elites. And you go look at everything that they do, and it is just pushing the narrative of these well-funded independents, which makes me believe, why are you hiding your funding? Because you seem to be coming up with a bunch of reports that really support this new saviour crossbench, even though we've had crossbenches all throughout our history, and they always suck, because they're always just another faction of the elites. Somebody made a really good point the other day. It was yesterday. I think it might have been like Adrian or something, but he was saying, and it's so true, it's getting harder and harder to elect coalition governments because across the world, right? Like whoever's version of the coalition government, it's getting really hard to elect that type because they're just so obviously bad. So now the new elites move is to just paralyze democracy by putting in this extremely self-interested crossbench that makes it impossible to pass anything. And that's what the Australia Institute is part of now. Anyway, sorry, I'll just move on.
Friendly Treasury to cost tax cuts. Treasury don't want to cut bureaucracy, their club, or recognise that cutting taxes leads to revenue growth. Who then advise, quote, we can't.
How many times do we have to hear that? Are we just going to hear that same lie for the rest of eternity? If you cut taxes, it actually grows the economy. Evan W. Thank you for this. Guys, we might even get to this 50 goal. Thank you so much for donating all of this cash. Are Aussie Liberals the same as American Liberals, or is it upside down too? Evan, it is upside down land. Our version of the Liberals are your version of the Republicans. Now, I need to make this proviso. the Liberals are well and truly on their pathway to being as insane as the Republicans over there, but they are not as insane as the Republicans over there now. But they'll get there. As you can plainly see, you know, the mining industry is definitely shaping them into just being a bunch of psycho yahoos like them. But they are still, you know, the Liberal Party have a lot to answer for in this country, are a terrible, terrible blight on this country. Just the lackeys of the mining industry. I think the reason that the Republican Party is so much worse than the Liberal Party here purely just comes down to the fact that not everyone votes in America. That's about it. Matt, $10. Can I have a little kiss? Mwah. That's all you need to ask for, Maddie. $5. You should make shirts that say, "Oh my God, it just blanked out. No." All right, I'll continue watching this and we'll come back to the chats later. But keep the chats coming, Jesus.
Instead, let's decide to cut the government waste. Then we can afford. If we truly wanted to consider the terrible pressure the rising costs of living is causing many Australians, drop the excise tax on fuel completely and immediately. This would have a positive impact for families at not only the petrol pump, but on all their goods and services that require transportation.
Shut up. It's just the same stuff they've been saying for 30 years. Cut the fuel excise. This is the one idea. It's incredible. See, this is the same thing, right? Like, you think that the Liberal Party has all of these ideas, but they're all just focused around keeping the mining industry happy. Like, the whole reason that nuclear power is even being discussed at the moment is because Peter Dutton is sitting there signaling to the mining industry that we're going to be on your side. That's it. That's the whole thing. And then you see when the Liberal Party was in opposition last time they were in, when Kevin Rudd came in and they did their budget reply, and then all they had was, "We're going to cut the fuel excise." And the only reason they want to cut the fuel excise is because the miners have to pay for it. Because they have to pay for it because they've spent so much in fucking fuel. Hang on, let me just see. Here's a 50. You're worth a carton of Northerns. Thank you, Alex. That's really nice of you. I am worth a carton of Northern Zone. Thank you so much for that 50. That's a huge donation. I really appreciate it. Let's see if we can get to our target, but that 50 is definitely helping us go there. Make sure you sign up to Patreon. Would very much appreciate it if you did. Let's see. All right, let's see. What else we got here? Not surprised at all at the media articles Genia presents are all from the Murdoch Mafia. Isn't it incredible? It's just like, according to this source that I'm in a cabal with, it says that I'm awesome. Mr. Jordan, how do you intend to address the allegations that you haven't done any Warhammer content this year because you forgot to thin your pants? Can you Warhammer nerds leave me alone? Those are all allegations. And they're all untrue, damn it. I don't know what thinning your pants means. Thank you for the $10 though. Let's see if we can get to the 50. I have a wedgie. Do you? Well, I suggest that you alleviate yourself from that, because nobody likes having underwear up their butt crack. Well, I don't know. I kind of let me just give myself a wedgie for a second. Nah, I hate it. I hate it. What's the deal with men wearing G-strings? I get that women do it for sexiness and whatever, but there's no such thing as there's no way that a man wearing a G-string is sexy. But thank you for telling me about this, Vivi. Gina is a gaping C word. How long do you think her queefs are every time she in the Australian people and the environment? I don't know, but thank you for the $30. That's all something to think about together, right? How often do you think she queefs? That's a good question. Thank you for all the donations, by the way. Have you seen what the New Zealand Nationals government are doing? The whole inter-islander ferry situation is a microcosm of what's happening. Would be good content. I really should do something about New Zealand. I feel sorry for all the New Zealanders that watch me for many reasons, but one of them is that I never talk about them. So thank you for that. Wow. They got a talking slug for their Christmas party. All I got was pizza. Anyway, let's hear more from the talking slug. Sorry.
And/or fuel for production. Cut out the duplicated federal departments. Have the courage to sell the ABC radio and close the ABC TV like the opposition.
Finally, something we could agree on. Look, honestly, now that the Labor Party's in power, I think that the ABC has learned its lesson for now. It's always just, honestly, this is what I hate about the ABC. It's just a reflection of who's ever in government. That's it. That's all it is. So I just wish that they would stop pretending that they're like this independent source of news. And they're completely infiltrated by the Murdoch anyway. This is just stupid. Just their criticisms of it are so dumb.
Leader in Canada, Pierre, has courageously announced he will do. Cut out expenditure on the Environmental Defender's Office. Sell the pot plants and artifacts from the departments and agencies' office. They can bring their own. These are just some of the many opportunities to cut out expenditure and wastage to make way for...
That's their government waste. This is how we're going to doge it. This is how we're going to cut the government expenditure. Just get rid of all the pot plants in government. They don't need that. This is incredible. Like, dude, while they're dyeing flowers right here, they've got dyed flowers here from our resource money, and they're sitting there saying, can't have a pot plant in a government office. That's too much expenditure. That's a waste of government money. Oh, and also just cut the Environmental Defender's Office. Just do those two things. It's such a good symbol as well. The only natural thing in there, they dyed blue, the colour of Santos.
Tax cuts. We all know what happens when government tape and tax is cut. But strangely, that Canberra cocoon doesn't. Please remind them often. We saw this under the last Trump administration. We saw it under President Reagan. They massively cut tape and taxes, and Americans flourished. Let's remind our Aussie politicians and try to persuade the linos that governments do not create wealth, and that if they want to see higher investment...
What a stupid point that is. Can you seriously... This is incredible. While it's so dumb that she just before there was talking about what a genius businessman Donald Trump is and how much money he's going to create for America, then goes, let's just say this, governments don't create wealth. That's a government. What, do you think just because he was on The Apprentice, somehow he's not the president of the United States now, is he? I mean, I'm sure your hero, Donald Trump, would be very offended to hear that, Gina. Isn't that incredible? It's so silly. And on top of that, as we show over and over and over and over again, yes, governments create wealth. What the hell are you talking about? They invent entire industries. What they're talking about there, for instance, of let's cut investment from renewables for no reason whatsoever. It's got nothing to do with our self-interest at all. We're interested in the country. What are you doing by investing in renewables? You're creating an industry around it. When they're investing even in something like the Public Housing Fund, what are you doing? You're creating an industry around building public houses. That's just one way that governments make money. Another way that governments make money is by coming up with all of these job and employment programs. That creates money for the economy. It circulates in the economy, takes the money from like these few tiny little hands, puts it into a bunch of yobbos that are out there buying boats and all that kind of stuff. That's all government distribution. Governments don't make money. It's unbelievable, isn't it? If you have 3 inches in Gina and 3 inches in Dutton in you, do you move forward or backward to get out? Oh, I'm moving into Dutton, don't you worry. Don't keep denying it, Jordan. We all know that you've got a secret dungeon where you paint your Warhammer figures. Jake Smart, your name lives up to your reputation, sir. You've got me. You have me.
Higher living standards, higher wages, more jobs, new technologies and innovation, more business basing themselves in Australia and creating jobs and paying taxes, more to Treasury. We need to massively cut the onerous burdens that governments, plural, place on businesses. Last National Mining Day, when we were at Roy together, I showed videos from Elon Musk, Canadian Leader of the Opposition, Pierre, and our great former Governor-General, the Honourable Sir Peter Cosgrove. All outstanding, brave leaders. This year, I'd like to leave you with a quote from another brave, outstanding leader, the president of Argentina, Milei, I'm not sure how to pronounce, I'm so sorry, quote, the collectivism and
It's incredible. I never really made the connection before about why all of these figures, these very strange, bizarre figures across the world, like your Donald Trumps and the president of Argentina and whoever that one is of Hungary, they're always just propping them up over and over and over again, and they're talking about how awesome they are. And I genuinely thought that it was something of this sort of groundswell of, oh yeah, we just like insane figures now. But then you look at this and you realize, no, it is the elite that sit there and they're just like, yeah, we like these nutbags, and the reason we like these nutbags is because we don't care. I swear it's that whole thing of like when you see people always saying, oh, it's because decorum is out of politics because it's becoming closer to the people, and the people really like these very, vivacious, very obviously nuts figures. They like them, so that's why they're getting them now. And then you realize, no, it's actually just the elite that are insane and stupid now because, like we're saying, they've just completely degenerated from where they were when it was back in the days of titles and ladies and dames, and they used to have decorum, and so politics used to have this very decorum, charm, Dimitri, which was a better world. It really was in many, many, many ways, especially because there actually was a sense of community giving back, When the Liberals, for instance, now, Liberals from the 60s were not sociopaths like they are today. I obviously wouldn't have agreed with them because they were still anti-union and they were still curtsying the king and whatever. Actually, I do like the madam and all that kind of stuff. I like the regalia of it, but they were not off the planet like they are now. And I think, honestly, the reason that you have these big politicians like your Trumps and this guy here, the Argentina psycho, is purely because look at the elite now. They're just scum. They're scum with billions of dollars. Stupid scum that like stupid scum, and then they just keep pumping them out in the press and saying how awesome they are. And so the public sits there and goes, yeah, that's what we need. We need a leader like that. That's how this is working. How did that type of accent come about? I'll tell you how the type of accent that Gina Reinhardt had came about. It came from trying to elocute herself because she's 70 years old, remember? So she was back in the days of the British Empire. But it also comes from the fact that she is a desert rat, more or less. So she's never going to be one of those, madam, she's not going to be one of those people. So that's what you get. You get this accent, like this very forced. Hey, Geordies, you're a certified G. Do you think it's possible to reverse privatisation in Australia, e.g. power, internet, water and other services? What's your thought on the post-war consensus? Yes, I do think that it is possible to reverse the privatisation of some of those things. Well, for instance, Labor just legislated a bunch of those essential services in New South Wales for never being privatised. That was one of the first things that they did when they went in government. They legislated that, and so you can't privatise these things now unless you reverse the legislation, which would make everyone think, well, why are you reversing that legislation and privatising those things? Services like energy and internet, probably you could get it. Some of these more low-hanging fruits, yeah. But I think, honestly, like when it comes to mines, for instance, once capital is so concentrated into the hands of a few, and again, this is not politicians' fault. This is all just the way a country was set up, and then it just keeps going down that trajectory forever, So I think that those things, it's just going to be the way that it is. If the Libs get into power, they should take a page out of Russia's book and start invading countries too that get money so that they desperately need more for water fountains for their houses. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, that's a good point. Why not? Yes, very good. Thank you for the $10 or the $15. Thank you for it, man. That's very nice of you. Appreciate it. We're getting close to our $50 goal. Just saying. Virginia? No, thanks. I smell gas. Now that was worth $20. Well done. Good on you. We but the people. I'm lobbying now. Gina wants a hot chockey and for you to say sorry. Well, she always wants a hot chocolate, doesn't she? Wouldn't she?
Moral posturizing of the work agenda have collided with reality and no longer have credible solutions to offer to the actual problems of the world. End quote. The Americans and Argentinians have recognized the reality of this and voted. There's something else I'd like to say, and that is that there was a very famous book written called The River of Tears. It had a useful message for today. Appease the crocodile and let it devour you last. Well, I think our corporates have tried that and it hasn't worked. The left elite are not the corporates' friends. So, thank you once again.
I'm telling you, it's insane. The victim mentality. This room of mining executives talking about these elites that are out to get them. Oh! How does the human mind work like this? I would love to know. I would love to read an entire psychological book. How did Gina Reinhardt's brain melt this badly? The book. That should be a famous book.
And it hasn't worked. The left elite are not the corporates' friends. So, thank you once again for joining us to celebrate our important National Day. And thank you to our wonderful sponsors. Thank you to all our fantastic speakers in buses, both en route to Moomba and later on return. I hope you all enjoy our time together here at Santos.
Holy hell. I didn't see him. Our boy Barnaby's there as well. Of course Barnaby Joyce is there. Of course he is. But I didn't notice. But look at this group of all-stars. And I'm really digging the drill baby drill hat here. And here's a man with class. Every single time. This is what I'm talking about. It's just like a guy with a hat that says drill baby drill. Like, this is your leader now. This is the guy calling the shots. How much better was it? This is why I'm a monarchist. It was so much better when it was King Charles doing it. A guy with a crown and some dignity, damn it. Drill, baby, drill. That's the new crown. Some of these people in the crowd look like they're being held hostage. Blink twice if you're in danger. All seen in Han Solo. Yeah, kind of, you're right. That's true. I didn't notice that before. Thank you for the $10. Glenn, $10. Gem. Absolute gem. Keep them coming, though. I want more money, damn it. Of course I do. But yes, that would be very nice if you did. I appreciate all the donations so far. Thank you so much. She really looks like she's one of us. I want to say she's on it, must make the sky pretty colours. Yeah, she does, hey. Don't they? Every last one of the people in here seriously think that they're like struggling battlers. It's incredible. How? How do you delude yourself like that?
And please never forget, we all need to stand up to make our voices heard and deliver the messages to our government that they have got us on the down path with their current policies. Let's help deliver that up path. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and thank you.
Okay, we have to fast forward any music, unfortunately. Yeah, there we go. See, I heard that this was coming. In fact, let's just go straight to it. Look, there you go, right there. So, while you have all these buttheads over, your independents, you types in the new media just being like, shit and shit lie. They're both toadies to the mining industry. How many Labour MPs have you seen in there? I saw Barnaby. It was just to spot the difference of all the telling it like it is crew. You got your Barnabys, your Pauline Hanson. Now you've got Peter Dutton delivering a special message to them. Like it's someone getting freed from a hostage situation in Papua New Guinea or whatever. Hang on. I'll just go through these other comments before I continue on. We got halfway to our goal so far, so that's very good. Not even a thanks to the serving staff. Yeah, wasn't that amazing? They're all running around and everybody just shut up, Gina's talking. She could give me money. Shush, shush. Yes, just pour me the Chardonnay already. Come on. Yeah. Now look, Dutton's message. Now this is something that he definitely does not want leaked to the public. This is what we all came to see. Your new leader in waiting, ready to be installed by these bush pigs. Let's hear what he has to say, because I can guarantee you right now he's not going to be repeating this on the Today Show, is he? Oh, before we go that, somebody just gave $30, so I've got to read this out. I used to work for Gina the Hutt and Roy. Really? We were mid-swing when we got voluntold to attend her 30-year as chairman celebration out in the rail yards. I've sat through this same speech with the special guest Dutton. Dystopian. No way. So they do this all the time, do they? Muffin, thank you so much for the $30, by the way. I really appreciate it. Interesting. So this is a constant little stump speech that she has. Wow. I guess that's just what you do when you're a billionaire. You've got time to sit around and, I don't know, you just campaign for the rest of your life with your beliefs that I should have less tax money going to hospitals. That's my big view of the world. Here's how we make Australia great again. Here it is. Get ready.
First, congratulate Gina Reinhardt and Tad Wetruba as patrons of this National Mining and Related Industries Day. I thank them sincerely for the leadership they provide in a sector so critical to our national economy. But can I also commend each and every one of you for whatever role you play, be it on a mining site or off. Each and every one of you makes our mining and related industries tick. And when mining does well, as you well know, our nation does well. Mining underpins our national...
So just regurgitating the same talking points back to them. I suppose the main reason that you would do that is to say, yes, I'm in the club. It's sort of lingo that the youth use to signify that they're all cool. That's what he's saying to us. I'm cool with you guys. Also, I know this has been said 1,000 times, but whoever told Peter Dutton to wear those annoying journalist glasses, that is the only time I've ever seen those square glasses and not thought less of someone. It's quite hard to think less of somebody when they have no eyebrows. Way less scary with them. Call it a spade a spade. Good move on the makeup department there.
Prosperity. And over the last decade, mining has contributed some $356 billion in company tax and royalties. It's something that should be taught to every school child.
Yes. You know what should be taught to every school child? If you break that down, it's like 30 billion a year. When they're making 250 billion in profit. So there we go. He just gave us our answer. So on average, they're probably making $250 billion a year, and they're giving out 35 billion. So less than 10, I mean, a little bit over 10%. That's their great contribution to this nation. Thank you so much, you valiant patrons that want to make Australia Argentina. That's your big vision for this country. This would be the joyous universe that you are creating for yourselves.
Not just on the West Coast, but more importantly, on the East Coast as well. The funding has gone a long way. It's helped not just health and education, but the NDIS, aged care, and many other national projects, building an upgrade of roads, rail, bridges, and we should all as a country be very grateful to the mining sector.
God, that's really weird. So this guy here that was talking about the fact that he has heard this exact speech from Gina Reinhardt. Well, Peter Dutton's obviously heard it many, many times. He's just regurgitating. This is the level of yes man that this guy is. He is repeating Gina Reinhardt's exact words, summarizing it because he's a politician and actually has a brain, and feeding it back to Gina Reinhardt. So she sits there and says, yes, he's speaking my language. For some reason, this scary man that doesn't have a single hair on his body really resonates with me. What could it be?
For that assistance. It's helped to provide our military with state-of-the-art equipment. Put simply, the revenue generated by mining helps to build Australia, care for Australia, and to defend Australia. And yet this reality is overlooked by the current federal Albanese Labor government. The once
How? How? He's making them pay their share in tax. He's the one that is getting all of these roads built. When you were in government for the last 10 years, there was tens of billions of dollars sitting in various investment funds that never got built. And you know why? Because this whole thing of, oh yeah, we need to cut back on government spending. It's all waste. You know what happens when that happens? It goes into these funds and there's not enough bureaucrats around to allocate that to projects. And so it just sits there accumulating, doing nothing. So not only is Albanese building all of the infrastructure that you've just neglected for the last 10 years, that we are behind as a nation, 10 years in infrastructure build that we should be. Not only is he doing that, he's also taxing these mining companies appropriately. 5 times more than you were when you were in government. 5 times more. Is building all of this infrastructure, and they're sitting there saying, this point is overlooked by the Albanese government. It's almost as if the Albanese government doesn't get that mining is where all this revenue's come from, even though they're the ones getting the revenue when we were sitting there and literally overlooking the revenue. The revenue that they were contributing was minute in comparison to what the Labor Party is giving. Again, 5 times what it is, because they're just shit light, you know? They're the same party, essentially, uni party. 5 times the amount, building schools, building hospitals, building roads. This guy here, overlooked. You literally overlooked the funding. Have been watching your content for years. Alexandra Smith wrote this. Love your work, Geordies. Well, thank you. I love your work as well. $30. That's very, very sweet of you. Alexandra, can I just say as well to anybody, but especially to you because you gave $30, but that's so nice. It's always very heartwarming to hear that somebody has been watching for years. Good on you. So nice of you. Tommy writes and just gave 10. According to Google, the features of an alien include large heads, big eyes, slim bodies, long fingers, and most of all, no hair. I'll let you be the judge. All right, thank you for all of that. Appreciate it. We will continue.
pragmatic Labor Party run by Hawke and Keating is gone, and the modern Labor Party under Mr Albanese has turned its back on workers and primary industries across the nation.
Yes, and they turned their back on primary industries and workers. The Labor Party turned its back on workers by giving them wage increases every year that they've been in government. They've also been increasing the amount of award wages that you get every single year. They also had an actual inflation reduction program that worked, unlike your government. They went after the supermarkets with hard fines. All of these things the coalition opposed. They also gave out tax cuts to the middle class and working class that you were going to give out exclusively to Gina Rinehart, essentially. And this is turning their back on workers. Oh, and also instilling a bunch of workers' legislation that protected them from being killed on site. This is how they're turning their back on the everyday worker, and how Peter Dutton is really sticking up for them when his party voted to keep that legislation in place that was killing construction workers. It's working out. It's there for the worker. Working for you. Hey, we could get to our goal of 50. Let me see how long we've got. We've got 11 minutes. Guys, can we get 20 more donations in that time? Let's see if we can. I'll continue on with this, though.
It's now a party which panders to social and environmental activists, to inner city Green voters, and of course to the big union bosses who want new power in national life. Consequently, this government has...
So stupid, isn't it? If there's one thing the Labor Party doesn't do, it's pander to the inner city. They've lost those seats permanently to these arsehole Greens. How the hell are they pandering to them? What? How? By building public housing in their seats that they don't want built there. That's really pandering to the Greens. We're not doing anything about airplane noise.
...a hostile agenda towards mining, and it's sidelined the national interest in the process. Consider the government's environmental policy. They funded activists to wage lawfare to stymie key projects. These activists have targeted offshore LNG projects in the Northern Territory and in Western Australia. And now Regis's $1 billion gold mine in New South Wales is in their crosshairs.
See, again, what do you see in the media that you consume constantly? From your crikeys, your Saturday papers, you constantly hear, Labor turns its back on the environment. Labor's not doing enough for the environment. You immediately switch over to these guys and they're complaining about huge multi-billion dollar projects being stymied in benefit of the environment. You understand how much the media that you consume that you think is telling it like it is just lying to you, but they both have the same goal, and it is because they are funded by different capital. They're funded by different capital, but they basically do not want a functioning government in power, because this is the one thing that, regardless of how you are making your money, whether it's destroying the planet like these mining industry types, or if it's those high financiers that are funding the independents and teals and whatnot, they all make their money when government is dysfunctional and shit. That's why the Labor Party is public enemy number one to everyone in the press, all the think tanks, everybody, because it's all just funded by capital. Do you understand? Hey, Jordy's been watching for years. How do we continue the recent growth in union membership with technology like the internet melting our community? Social and economic structure which unions rely on. I don't know the answer to that. All I know is this is something that I genuinely think, and thank you so much, John Deere, for writing this in. I genuinely do think this. If you are not a member of your union, you are a bad person. If you are a member of your union, you're a good person. Honestly, I just see it as fees to having a functioning democracy. So that's all I think that you should be constantly saying over and over again. You have to pay your union membership fees because they're paying theirs. This is a union. Do you understand what's happening there? Like the word and the rousing speech that Gina Reinhart did, because we all know she's just such a good orator, isn't she? But all of them, the reason that they are doing this, what is happening there? That is a union of dumbasses that are billionaires. That's what it is. So if you are contributing to your union, they're contributing to theirs, and theirs has way more money, and theirs is not on the decline. Guess what happens? That becomes your Prime Minister.
The government's also passed new mandatory climate disclosure laws. When they come into effect, businesses will not simply have to account for their own emissions, they'll also have to account for emissions produced along their supply chain, including by small business suppliers.
Oh, the audacity. What a terrible nightmare universe. See, I've got to just keep pointing this out. This whole myth that the Labor Party is doing absolutely nothing about climate emissions and going really soft, going so soft on it because they're bought by the mining industry. Which Labor MP is sitting there? There might be one, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of Nationals. Anthony Albanese isn't doing this grovelling speech to the mining industry's Christmas party, is he? And what is what is Peter Dutton saying is just the absolute terrible terror that is going to be bestowed upon the mining industry. Environmental regulations that the Labor Party is putting on the mining industry. And everyone sits there and goes, they're cowards, they're not doing enough. It feels good to know that there are public figures like yourself who the young people of our country are looking up to. Thank you, Bowen. That's very nice of you. I would very much agree with that. I very much also agree with the fact that you gave me a big fish 50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're a legend, Bowen. Bowen, that's so nice of you. Yes, well, I hope that the youth are, but, you know, I think that there's just a bunch of others that they're looking up to that are, again, funded by that other side of capital, and we really need to do something about that. We really do, because it's just the same thing over and over again. Unions are getting squeezed from two different vested interests of capital now. That's why you need to keep pointing out that having a workers' party that represents workers is the only way that you have ever gotten anything done ever. This goes all the way back to ancient Rome. Unions are the only thing that progress society. Otherwise, it's just different flavors of capital moving governments around to their whims, as how this unbelievably obedient simp, like how sycophantic is Peter Dutton being to the mining industry right now? That's who usually controls society. Just an industry plant. He's not even pretending he's not. He's making a big grovelly show of how grovelly he is.
All of that cost is going to be passed on to consumers. The government's also pressing ahead with a green tape agenda. And make no mistake, this agenda is about putting environmental goals ahead of economic ones, rather than striking a balance. The regulatory burdens are going to get even worse. We can expect the government to double down on using Commonwealth environment and cultural heritage laws to stymie even more projects. Already our...
Look at that. Did you hear that? If this government continues to be in power, they will enforce the law. He's admitting it. He's admitting it. That as soon as the coalition is in power, they will ignore the law, which is what the government is supposed to do. At the very bare minimum, they are supposed to enforce the law of the books. And here's admitting right there that if you elect me, the mining industry, the worst environmental blight on this country, you'll get a free pass. Don't worry. I mean, we reported on it for 10 years about how much environmental destruction is allowed under the coalition, despite the fact that it's illegal. And we've shown that they will use the law to crush those that are pointing out, hey, what you're doing on the books is illegal. And he's saying that he's going to do it. When he's in power, he is going to do that. And he's saying that that's a virtue. Behind closed doors, he is telling these people, we will allow you to get away with breaking the law. And the reason that we need to get the Labor government unelected is because they dare enforce the law. Love the stuff, Geordie's. Good on you. Thank you, Thad. That's very nice. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. That's very, very good. And thank you again as well, Bowen. Both of you, very nice. Can we get a cut down version of this? Compete with your reactions to share on social media? Yeah, we're going to be doing that. Don't you worry, Session. Thank you for the $5. $15, no comment. Thank you very much. Marmaduke Scarlet. Can we get to our target? We've got 3 minutes for 15 donations. Oh my God, guys. Anyway, let's keep going.
Our resource sector presents an unacceptable level of risk to many of our partners. We're seeing investment withdrawn and a flight of capital out of Australia. Consider the government's industry policy too. The Future Made in Australia Fund is simply about this government picking its own winners while sidelining known market winners. The Prime Minister has said not a single government dollar would be invested in gas under his Future Made in Australia plan. And tellingly, between 2022 and 23 alone, almost 60% of our iron ore, coal and gas major projects were delayed, disrupted or put on hold. That has come...
There you go. Dutton is making the case for why all the lies that you hear online about shit and shit light, Labor's just in the pockets of the mining industry, and he's sitting there and he's saying, this is terrible. Ever since the Albanese government's been in place, he has delayed and deconstructed 63% of the projects that we approved as government for mining. Unbelievable. I can't believe that he did it. And on top of that, he's picking winners. Instead of me picking winners and not funding renewables and not funding hydrogen and not funding battery powers and creating a blue-collar industry with a bunch of high-paid blue-collar jobs that are all unionized, manufacturing things, making things in this country, as opposed to just digging shit out of the ground and remaining dumb as pig shit as these people are. Yeah, because like how mentally challenging would it be? I just blow shit up, dig shit up. Yeah, ship it out. Fuck yeah. Instead of that, his future is to make a educated blue-collar class, because to make renewable projects, to work in factories, you have to be a hell of a lot more educated than you do to be working in a mine, which not only improves the circumstances of the working class, makes us an energy superpower, but like a good Saudi Arabia. This is the vision that Labor has for this country. It is absolutely criminal that you will never hear ever in the press, because again, two factions of the elite, one funds the independents, one funds the liberals. They both do not want a workers' party in power. They don't like highly unionized, highly educated blue-collar workers. They don't want any of that. They don't want them being educated. They don't want a properly funded TAFE system. None of that. They just want them to be essentially these cave pit goblins that sit there, you want me to work harder, me lord? That's the future that they have for it. And he's sitting there saying, oh my God, how dare the Labor Party create an educated blue-collar workforce that makes us extremely wealthy, creates an entire industry around decarbonising the planet. This is the future that the Labor Party has. While you have all these arseholes in the Saturday paper, crikey, all the new media bootlickers of the Australian Institute and Climate 200 sitting there and saying, Labor's too timid, Labor doesn't have a vision for this country, while he's sitting there talking about how much they have stymied the mining industry and how much they're trying to implement an alternative to the mining industry controlling this country. Do you understand the lies that are being seeped into your head by capital? It's either funded by mining capital or it's funded by a bunch of other business models that are just, wankers that live in the eastern suburbs that don't rely on the patronage system of Gina Reinhardt. But that they're all lying to you. What the Labor Party is implementing, as he is saying there, is an alternative to these people being the ruling elite. He is talking about an alternative that is based around decarbonising the planet and Australia being front and centre of that and becoming extremely wealthy off it and actually getting the revenue from that. As opposed to the mining industry where we just have to go begging hand and foot. All right, so let's see. Getting it to 40. Thank you so much. I think we got to 39 though. Let's see. Yeah, time's up. We got to 39. But thank you so much. It almost got it to 40. Keep it up with the potato. Thank you. Can you say g'day to my dog Chevy, mate? Yeah, can do. G'day, Chevy. Love a good dog. Does Dutton's lack of carpet eyebrows match the drapes? Oh, man, I'd love to know. Surely. Does anyone know anything about alopecia? Does that mean he's got smooth balls? Wow. God, I wish Dutton was a male porn star instead of a potential prime minister. Hang on, I'm going to start another goal. But I really thank you guys for getting to these very high goals that we're trying to hit here. Let me see. Let me set the timer for 45 minutes. 10 super chats. There we go. $5. Oh, what? I only did 10? We're going to eat this. Yeah, okay, that was a terrible goal. Anyway, see if you can reach that one.
At a cost of $68 billion of lost investment, and we can't afford that as a country. Consider the government's industrial relations policy too. Multi-employer bargaining was foisted upon coal miners in New South Wales, and we're now seeing a push to reunionise the Pilbara. Roping mining companies into multi-employer bargaining will only cause uncertainty, cost impositions, disrupt.
There you go. There you go. This terrible, weak government that is so scared of the mining industry and does absolutely nothing to forward this country whatsoever. And there you have Dutton admitting, no, they're trying to unionise the workforce of mines. How dare they? Listen to this. He's saying this behind closed doors. How dare workers unionise? We have to stop this. He's saying, as soon as I get into government, I'm going to make it harder for workers to unionise immediately. This is another thing that the Labor Party gets absolutely no credit for, which is that they made it way easier for workers to unionise. And as a result, you've already seen a big, as this guy was pointing out, a big uptick in the unionised workforce. They're trying to reverse this country. He's admitting that what the Labor Party is doing to this country is phenomenal. It's moving it forward leaps and bounds. While you have this idiot crossbench sitting there and just whining about how everything sucks, and they're never giving a cohesive argument because they're all idiots. And then you have Peter Dutton here, because he's smart, clearly articulating how they are moving this country forward, making this country work for the workers, which is you, not for these billionaire psychos. And Peter Dutton is talking about how awful that is behind closed doors. Isn't it remarkable? Isn't it insane?
Option and risks to investment. Labor's changes risk undoing thousands of successful workplace agreements and agreements which have allowed mining to flourish and workers to receive higher wages. Consider too the government's energy policy. Labor is pressing ahead with a reckless renewables-only plan. It's committed to rolling out weather-dependent energy on an industrial scale. Electricity costs are already skyrocketing, and we know that families can't afford it. Economic analysis released last week reveals that the actual cost of Labor's plan on the East Coast is 5 times more than what it says. That's a 500
Yeah, you know what the economic modelling is talking about there is? Economic modelling that consultancy firms that are Liberal Party affiliated came up with. Economic modelling that was just released last week. It's incredible. It's incredible. While the economic modelling from the CSIRO shows that his energy plan will increase bills by like $650 a year, and they're sitting there and saying, oh yeah, the economic modelling, according to our friends at this bullshit consultancy firm that feed off of the bureaucracy getting privatised and then take up all of the slack from there to feed the coalition exactly what it wants. According to them, it actually costs 5 times more. It actually costs, there's no bias in that whatsoever.
$100 billion black hole, and that's a conservative estimate. Households, businesses and industries will be paying for more of that cost
that money
at a time when they can least afford it. And over the coming decades, we know that Labor's renewable-only push will have very significant consequences right across the economy. As the cost of electricity goes up, our competitiveness, of course, goes down. So at every turn and in every way, in a short 2.5-year period, the Albanese government is hindering our resource industries. And if they're re-elected, the next 3 years will be even more difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years and across the world, we've seen multiple examples of parties in government seeking to increase the power of the state. In this desire for greater government control, we've seen agendas which involve the following: more taxation, more spending, more public servants, more regulation, and more interference in the economy.
It's just incredible, isn't it? Like, they're describing a world going in the right direction and saying this is a nightmare. It says a lot, doesn't it? It really says how bad it is when the Liberal Party gets into power. Do you understand why I never shut up about the Liberals and how evil they are? Because this is their vision of the world. We want a government that is completely dysfunctional and beholden to the mining industry. We want a completely dysfunctional government that doesn't have enough bureaucrats to run the country properly. And we don't want to have enough tax to pay for a country that is properly governed. This is our ideal world, where pretty much the only revenue that we're getting in is enough to pay for my salary, and that's the government. Circumcised men are still calling. They want their stolen flesh back from Dutton's face. Yeah, it does. It does. It really does look like a penis, doesn't it? It's incredible. Thank you for the $10, by the way. Chevy also said he wouldn't share his dog food with Dog Dutton. Kelpie nip on the nuts, he reckons. Okay. Well, you heard it here first. That's what that Kelpie wanted. Thank you for the $10. Can we get to our goal of 3 extra $10 donations before an hour passes? Oh.
The Albanese government is no exception. Whenever and wherever we see this push for bigger government, it hasn't led to better government. Families are worse off, businesses are going bust, and industries are going.
Thank you, Alexandra Smith, for the $15. P.S. Thank you for making all the study nights at uni more enjoyable with your videos. I really appreciate that. Wish I had me back in uni, but I didn't, did I? But cheers for the $15. That's very nice of you. And that's just what a sweet message. Really sweet message. Touching. Honestly touching.
Backwards. And as we're seeing, many democratic citizens in countries across the world are rejecting this big government push. They're voting for change. And the coalition is ready to restore lean government, to re-energise the economy and to revive confidence in our nation. We will rein in Labor's reckless spending to make sure that we can lower inflation and alleviate the cost of living crisis. We will take the pressure off the housing crisis, and that includes reducing the permanent migration program by 25%.
He walks that back. He was completely lying about it anyway, that whole thing of, we're going to cut migrants by 25%, and then they started saying, okay, how are you going to do it? And then he said, oh, actually, we're not going to do that. So already, it's just incredible. He's got no ideas for this. It's always the same with the Liberals. No ideas for this country at all. Nothing. Nothing. His big ideas, nuclear power, definitely not going to happen. We're cutting migration by 25%. Absolutely not happening. He's already walked back both. What is his big vision for this country? Make mining elites even richer. Yeah, that's why we need to change the government. It's so scary that that's the
is.
government
Nuclear
of this country most of the time, isn't it? It's terrifying. Let's reach our target.
For 2 years and returning it to sustainable levels in years 3 and 4 and beyond. We will get power prices down by ramping up domestic gas production in the more immediate term, and in the longer term, we will have Australia join the growing league of nuclear-powered nations. We must do that to shore up clean, cheap and consistent energy for the future. I also want to unleash the magic of the marketplace. I'm keen to rip up as much red and green tape as possible. And that's essential for our international competitiveness and making our nation a mining and manufacturing powerhouse again. Friends, I make you this promise.
Just so we know about this manufacturing thing, right? Because I do genuinely think that the way to really improve the living circumstances, it makes so much sense, the Future Made in Australia plan, when you really read about it. What Albanese government's whole point of doing, it's huge what they're doing, huge. Building back a manufacturing base for this country, but building back a manufacturing base for the 21st century that is based off of renewable energy and decarbonising the world. It's incredible. It's truly visionary what they're doing with that. Compare that to the Liberals, that when John Howard was in, 100,000 jobs of manufacturing shipped overseas. Then when the Coalition was in last time, 100,000 jobs shipped overseas in manufacturing. Then when Labor's in, 70,000 jobs in manufacturing made within the first 2 years. So over a decade, 100,000 lost under Howard. Over a decade, 100,000 lost under the next three bozos. And then in 2 years, they brought back 70,000 of those jobs. And why are they bringing back those jobs? Because that is where you want blue-collar workers working. You do not want them being little pit demons. You want them being educated. You want them being skilled, and you want them building a future that actually is environmentally sustainable and good for the world. And that we'll actually get rich off, because guess what? That'll be easier to tax. And it'll be more unionized. It'll be better for everyone. And this is why they're talking about why it is such a nightmare scenario that Labor dares get a decade in power. If they got a decade in power to really put through that Future Made in Australia program, my God, that would just change the entire trajectory of this country permanently. That would be their contribution to what the Keating and Hawke governments did in the 80s of completely, basically safeguarding this economy by making the economy really diverse and agile in this new modern era. That was because of the Keating and Hawke governments, right? Like, we've basically just been living off that for the next 30 years. That's whole idea that, like, the Albanese government isn't doing anything big. Future Made in Australia is huge. Future Made in Australia is going to completely change the future of this country. That's the thing that we'll be eating off for the next 30 years, and it wouldn't matter if the coalition's in after that. Because, again, once these industries are set in place, they're not easily removed. They can't be removed. There's too much employment in it. There's too much investment in it. Fun fact, deprecating trout is an anagram of Peter Craig Dutton. Wow, thank you, Socky McSockface. That's a great name as well. And thank you for the 20 quid, yeah? Much obliged, yeah? Oh, I think we need to set up another goal. Thank you. Geordies for PM, help fix Queensland and Australia, Labour in power instead of the Liberal stooges. Thank you, Renee. It's so nice of you. Can you please explain why I'm 5, what green tape is? Oh, yeah, I can, Hannah. Thank you for the $15. Green tape is exactly what he's talking about there. It's just environmental regulation. It's what he's saying there. Can you believe that the government said that you are wiping out a species, and so we have to put in precautions to not wipe out that species? Unbelievable. I want to build my mine now. They're 5 years old. I want to build my mine now. I don't want to put in a bunch of precautions to stop something that has been evolving for the last couple of 100 million years from dying. It's a venomous snake, didn't you know? It's venomous. It could kill us. I'm doing humanity a favour by pumping a bunch of shit in the atmosphere to kill every ecosystem. Thanks for being an antidote to the Murdoch media. Thank you, Sloth Girl. Thank you for your $5. I really appreciate it. God, I wish that I was actually an antidote to the Murdoch media. That'd be great. All right, yeah, so let's go back to our 50 super chat target. 30 minutes. Teal or higher, $5. Set the goal. I'll give you all the middle finger. That always seems to be the one that works. Thank you for setting the goals. So high. Start the goal. 5. Let's see if we can get there.
A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approvals.
I'm sorry.
Friends, I make red tape as possible, and that's essential for our international competitiveness and making our nation a mining and manufacturing powerhouse again. Friends, I make you this promise. A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approval times in half by capping assessment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will accredit states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth legislation requirements. We will reintroduce geological bioregional assessments in key regions to unlock new projects. We will include gas in the capacity investment scheme, and that will drive investment in recognition of the crucial role that gas plays in our energy mix. We will defund the activist-led Environmental Defenders Office. We will limit the ability of third parties to challenge decisions under the EPBC Act. We will do all these things because I want to turbocharge mining in Australia. I want to build on our strengths in making.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Couldn't have put it better myself. Do we really need to unpack any of that? I mean, everything that he just said then is horrifying. He's talking about, this is what he's promised so far to the mining industry. Not only are we just going to cut all of the regulation on you that the Labor Party has put on you to stop you from making species go extinct. Again, they're talking about the fact that they want to make a species go extinct. That's, in their mind, a good thing that they're doing. They want to do that. And they want to stop any regulation surrounding them from doing anything environmentally damaging, which if you go and look into the history of any mining project ever, they are unbelievably destructive to the environment, and they are way less destructive when you have a bunch of regulations around them. So he just wants to get rid of all of them. Furthermore to that, he's promised this, wants to make it so the laws that remain on the books, pretty much I think just for international agreements of, we actually care about the environment or whatever, so they can just point to it. They are actively saying, I will allow you to ignore those things. And then he's also saying, I will override any states that dare get in your way. So any pesky Labor states that are sitting there and saying, actually, we're going to regulate against you. He's going to come up with a bunch of laws to make sure that they can't do anything. They can't regulate it. This is the future that he is creating for them. One where he's just giving them full gas pedal. Yep, all that investment that Anthony Albanese was putting into renewables to make that Green New Future deal that he was making. We're going to make that open for gas. And on top of that, we are going to get rid of anyone who ever dares even question you. Anyone, even a third party. So say a lawyer wants to take up a challenge in the court, we're going to write the laws so that they can't even do that. And this is his big grand vision for this future. Really? Just to kill a bunch of ecosystems. This is the next Prime Minister. Porgasm, $25. Thank you very much for it. If there's anything that the US has taught me, it's that facts and logical choices rarely win votes. Hoping that Aussies don't follow suit. Screw this Voldemort ass-looking knob. Love your work, Geordie. No, it's very true. It's the scariest thing about what that man said there is that everything that he said in that is absolutely true. It freaks me out. Really freaks me out. But I think that most people that are watching this right now are probably fairly educated people. So I just want you to know that this is what is going to happen. Is the Fusion Party and their climate/mining revenue and resource policies worth my vote? No. No. No, see, this is the whole thing. Every minor party just promises the world. They just say like, and we're going to get 100% resources from our mining. Oh, and there's going to be no homeless people. Oh, and also like we're going to reverse climate change as Australia. They just keep upping the ante every time. And then there's just going to be another minor party that goes like, that's not actually far enough. This is my imaginary universe world that I've got. Like, but the thing is that this is all based off of nothing. Nothing. There is nothing to it. It is just words on a piece of paper. It is a Facebook rant. This is all minor parties. Facebook rants. And benefits of Oz charging oil, gas, mining revenue to... No, okay, go back and watch this. I've already done my big rant about how stupid it is when all these minor parties say, we should be like Qatar, which is this dictatorship that is allowed to just instill any resource rent policies that it wants onto its people. Like, it's just able to do that. Here, you have one side of government promising to just rip out all regulation against miners. Gee, I wonder who the billionaires are going to side with in the next election, you know? Same thing with Norway. Norway, both sides of government have said, no, we're going to tax resources high. And so, mining magnate billionaires can't go anywhere. Here, they've always got the coalition to go to. So this whole thing of like, oh, we're just going to be like Qatar and Norway, they're just lying to you. Anyone that says that to you is lying to you. They are. Straight up lying. $50. Would absolutely love to see an interview with the Spud. I know that he'd never agree to it, though. Paul, thank you so much. Yeah, no, there's not a chance in hell that he would agree to it. Just so you know, politicians that I like and admire refuse to have an interview with me. Not because I'd be so tough on them, but just because I'm such an obviously toxic entity that, like, no one's... Just, you wouldn't sully your name with me, and I wouldn't either if I was a politician. Ludwig, we need to make the sea snake a symbol against these fucks. That's a genius idea. Love the stream. Keep up the good work. Ludwig, that is an amazing idea. We really have to bring out that sea snake viper. Can we do that? Can people do that for me? Somebody has to come up with that idea. That's genius. How are we going to do that? I mean, we've got to make a shirt and we've got to start making memes out of it. That was hilarious. That was an incredible moment of this video, wasn't it? Maybe there's going to be some more, because so far it's just been... I've had to stop every 2 seconds. It's horrifying.
Commodities like iron ore, coal, gas, gold and copper. I want to lean into growing opportunities like critical minerals, rare earths and uranium. Indeed, uranium will be even more important as more nations build zero emissions reactors. I want to see more excavators digging, more gas flowing and more trucks moving, because when they do, mining families benefit and millions of families across the country benefit.
£10 from Matt Bally. Hey, old mate, keep up the good fight, and I'll continue to be a Patreon. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I've noticed that you've been around for a long time, man, and so I very much sincerely thank you for your continued patronage. I wish that more of you would sign up to Patreon, because that is what keeps the lights on here, and the more that you sign up, the more that we can employ people that are very smart and talented to combat this. And I honestly think, really, because facts and logic are on our side, really, if we had even, like, you know, even if we had 1,000th of the capital that these assholes have, we would be able to do serious damage to their movement, because look at how dumb they are. It's just because they have unfathomable amounts of money. That's the only way that they can do it. So honestly, every cent does count towards Patreon, and we do try and put it into projects and things that we think are going to get off the ground. For instance, that Environmental Defenders Fund that we started this year, that is going to protect a lot of ecosystems that these pricks are trying to wipe out, you know? So I very much appreciate that. P.S. What happened to your arrested producer? I haven't heard from him in a while. He's still producing. He's still producing. That's it. That's what he's been up to. Like, I've just been sitting here on streams for the whole year. He's just been sitting there and researching away. And, you know, a lot of that guy's job is people that come up to us with leads like this, for instance, right? This is a good example of that. An anonymous person came to us with this video and said, have I got something for you? Now, obviously, that's an easy one, because we can just look at it and be like, oh, yeah, there's something here, and we can put it out. But a lot of the time, people come up to us and say, I've got a story that's going to blow the lid off corruption for you. And then it's just some guy that obviously got fired for, you know, being an incompetent, intolerable human being. And they're just like, they're all in it to get me. Don't you understand? And so a lot of his life is just sifting through a bunch of those people that have absolutely nothing, which usually takes months just listening to. So it's not an enviable job. It really isn't. Take my money. These people are truly delusional. Sorry. Thank you, Zed. They are, aren't they? It's so scary. So scary. So I very much do appreciate the 50. Let's see if we could get to the goal. Dutton's electorate is on a knife edge. What are the odds it topples? Not very high. Dutton is a supreme politician. You have to understand. Dutton's a very, very, very good operator. He doesn't say this at his electorate. I can tell you now. He does the whole, like, the woke left hate me even though I'm a reasonable dad. I'm just having a go. He's good. He's very good. Dutton's great. Dutton, I will give him this. Dutton is this is what always scared me. As soon as they said that Dutton was opposition leader and everyone said, no one could ever elect this guy, I always thought, you watch. This is one thing that I will give myself credit for saying that I was right about, right? Like, usually, very rarely am I ever right about something in the future. I always get it wrong when I'm guessing. my predictions for the future. But one of my predictions that I was right about, it's not a prediction. It's just, it is true. It's just Dutton is a very, very smart politician. He's good.
Too. The next federal election will be a simple choice between 3 more years of a Labor government or a Labor minority government with the Greens that will double down on its hostility to mining and hold back our national prosperity. Or electing a new coalition government, which knows that getting our country back on track means getting mining moving full steam ahead. I hope that all in your sector have the opportunity to thrive. I really do. We will have your backs, and I hope that you'll have ours as well. Gina, a final word to you. I want to say thank you very much for your friendship, but also the way in which you have championed this industry. The leadership you've provided. You're not only bettering our nation through your philanthropic deeds, but you're also playing a pivotal role in contributing to our national debate. Thank you for speaking up on many issues that are in our country's best interests, be that on tax reform, on bolstering our nation's defence, on having a managed and sustainable migration program, on the need to eliminate government inefficiency and waste, on the importance of eradicating indoctrination from our classrooms, and much, much more besides. It takes courage to speak up on these issues because you, like many of us, become subject to a torrent of abuse from the vocal illiberal left and the keyboard warriors. But I know that it doesn't deter you 1 inch. Your courage speaks.
Well, he's got us there.
To your patriotism, so thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for voicing concerns which are shared by quiet, patriotic Australians across our great country. Ladies and gentlemen, I join with you in celebrating this National Mining and Related Industries Day. I hope that our best days are ahead of us, and I wish you every success into the future. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Kevin Gallagher couldn't make it here tonight, but he's did send us a brief video message, so I would like to play that video message.
That was hilarious. Dude, that guy is the worst MC in history, isn't he? That guy's so... Some South African that is MCing all of these billionaires are very scared of his job. Also is very bad at presentation. I'm going to cut out the new Prime Minister that we're trying to install because I'm trying to put... It says so much, doesn't it? The Prime Minister that they're trying to install, they cut short to put some CEO that no one's ever heard of before. It's incredible, isn't it? Anyway, I'm going for a pee break. I want to see that patron money go up, though. See ya.
And welcome to Moomba. Thank you, Gerhard, and to Mrs. Reinhardt, who has been the engine room behind the National Mining Day initiative, and perhaps our country's greatest advocate, not just for the resources sector, but for our agricultural sector, our veterans, our national swimming team, and through her support of iconic Australian brands. I also want to acknowledge distinguished guests, including not one, but 4 federal parliamentarians from Queensland, who are great friends of the resources sector. Senators Susan MacDonald, Matt Canavan and Pauline Hanson, and member for Hinkler, Keith Pitt. I am disappointed I can't be with you all tonight.
See, look at that. All of them. Everyone there at the mining Christmas party. All LNP. All LNP. But both parties are the same, and they suck up to moneyed interests.
But I assure you I am joining you in spirit. And I am delighted that Santos is hosting you all today and showing you a part of the world that is very important to us. We're also proud to be hosting you as we mark our 70th anniversary and celebrate a major milestone right here at Moomba, where the company first began its journey. You understand what is involved.
Doesn't that man look dead? Look at him, look at him. There's a man who has the soul sucked out of him. I think that's what happens to you if you work in the mining industry and you have a brain. This guy's obviously way more put together than anybody else that they've put up there so far. If you're a mushhead like Gina Reinhardt, you can get through 70 years just fine without ever contemplating once that you might be evil. But this guy is smart enough to know that what he is doing is morally abhorrent and bankrupt. And that's what you end up looking like, kids. Pretty much the guy at The Simpsons that... Hang on, I'll show you this. Look, check it out. Don't you think? Quit Stalin! Where do we get the freaking gun?
Involved in bringing a vision to reality.
Test.
To get projects off the ground and to bring essential products like natural gas to market. A product that delivers energy 24/7, fires the kilns and furnaces that make our bricks, cement and steel, provides the feedstock to make the fertilizers for our farmers, and the polymers that are the building blocks for all kinds of plastics, clothing fibers and chemicals that we use every day. However, you all know that the business of being in business is getting harder. The costs of compliance are killing our industries, and this needs to be a focus of whoever wins the next election. Every day, our gas marketers at Santos have to meet around 800 compliance and reporting obligations for every single transaction.
It's incredible, isn't it? It's so good. Guys, let's just go through. All right, how much do you reckon Santos made last year? Let's find out. Let's find out together, shall we? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Santos made $2 billion in profit. Profit. $2 billion in profit. After all their expenses, after all their wages, after that guy's salary's taken out, by the way. What do you reckon he's on? 500 million a year? Something like that? Million, 2 million? Something like that. After all of that, what's left over in profit? $2 billion. And this guy's sitting there saying like, oh, red tape's killing us. We can't continue to thrive and grow. Man, the amount of good I could do for the world if I had a business that was running for $2 billion a year, and all that they can do for the world is whine about how they don't have enough money. Oh, shit.
Hold back.
However, you all know that the business of being in business is of the national gas rules. Today, 1 year later, our gas marketers are working off version 82. We all appreciate that compliance and transparency are important and that our markets need to be well regulated. But the most important thing for competition is that we can get more supply of gas into the market. And that is the one thing our regulators are not focused on. Our Narrabri gas project in New South Wales is a case in point. 100% of the gas from Narrabri will go to the Australian East Coast domestic market, where every regulator is forecasting shortfalls. The EIS for that project was submitted in 2017, and in 2024, the production licenses for the project cannot be granted because of ongoing litigation. An approval is no longer an approval, and this will chase.
All right, yeah, see, now this guy's too smart. He's not saying anything hilarious, so we will just quit onto him. Honestly, I'm scared because it's my first time voting yet here, and both parties seem horrible. I'm lost because both Labour and Liberal are absolute dogs. See, there you go. They give you the $10 though. But see, look, no, go back and watch our streams, D-Luke. Like, this whole thing is just pointing out that, no, that's not true at all. That's not remotely true. Labour is an exceptional government, and the Liberal Party are evil as it gets, and all the minor parties and independents are a bunch of opportunists. That's the whole theme of the last 8 hours of streaming, has just been about how wrong that whole, like, they're both shit is. But thank you so much for the $10, so I really appreciate it. And good luck on your first time voting.
Desperately needed investment advisors made
Feel welcome.
happen. Our industries.
Feel welcome.
Our
Sorry.
industries
Yeah, I'm just going to fast forward this guy because he's boring.
have played their leading role in turning Australia into the modern, prosperous country that it is today. And that job is far from done. Gas, mining, and energy has so much more to do, and we should be even more ambitious for the future. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mrs. Reinhardt, for bringing National Mining Day to Moomba.
Watch you since, thanks for the $5, by the way. Watch you since your Aussie 21st birthday skit. I can say that I've gone from a rant reading capitalist to a Labour voting unionist. Good job. Good on you, Renike. That's great. It's always good to hear somebody that gets it. You see, the person here that's saying that Labour and Liberal are different, are the same. The whole reason that they're not is because Labour is primarily funded by unions, and all the rest of them are funded by arseholes like this. It might not be specifically that arsehole, but it's a different type of arsehole. If it's the independents, it'll be some douchebag in a Patagonia jacket instead of just a suit and a tie. That's the only difference, really.
Thank you all, and have a great evening.
I'm
Bro
going to
has the Shrek
introduce to you
accent. So
now
true.
the patron of National Mining Day, Tad Watrow. Please make Tad feel welcome.
Look at this man. Holy hell.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, everyone.
Okay, let's just... This man has clearly lost his mind. He is clearly demented. Why is he on stage? Oh my god, look, he's got like the homeless man doomsday. Look at that, he's got the whole... Look at this. What is this? How did anybody allow him to get up like this? And what is with his... Like, why are you an activist? This is so weird that all these mining execs feel like they're like fighting the power, that they're part of this big noble pursuit and goal in life. Isn't it so strange? They sort of behave exactly the same way as your feral hippies that never stop obstructing traffic on the streets. They're the same as that. It's just that they've got more money. Look at this. This is a psycho weirdo protester. Like, this guy could very easily be on the streets of Adelaide saying, keep our privacy media laws the same, man. I don't want people spying on me, man. That's that guy, except being in the sun too long. I don't know. It's just that's what happens when you grow up in the desert or something. Look at how obviously nuts he is. There's no, like, his eyes are disjointed.
To another National Mining Day and related industries. It's a very important day on our calendar, not just on each of our calendars, but also on the nation calendar. Thank you firstly to Mrs. Reinhardt, founder and co-patron of the National Mining Day.
Yes, we get it. You've said it 1,000 times.
Thank
Shut
you
up.
for your
I don't think that guy does so. I
long-standing
think he just
support
thinks...
and your
I think he's so lost that he's thinking, I am the first person to thank Gina Reinhardt. Why hasn't she been thanked yet? Look at him rocking back and forward like this. Surely this man is ailed. What's this?
courageous effort to stand up for our industry.
He has no balance. Dude, I think that guy is just Santos gas inside. Look at him. He's just one of those inflatable wobbly things out the front of a car lot. This is weird. This is an insane homeless man that's a millionaire.
The best interest of all Australians. Thank you also for missing Kevin and Santos for hosting us here at the Mumbai famous gas field. It's great to see actually all the plans, and we've seen it from the aircrafts as well. Mining and its related industry are without any doubt essential to our modern lives. Everything around us, from the food on our plates to the planes we used to get here, to the cars we drive, hospitals, their medical equipment, and the phones we use in all sorts of ways, rely on the mining industry. As the Chamber of Minerals Energy in WA reminded this week, there are more than 25 metals sourced from mineral deposits in modern mobile phones, not counting, of course, the other non-metallic minerals, also mostly extracted from our earth. Our industry should be celebrated often. It is bedrock upon...
You can tell what's happened to this guy, right? He's obviously some engineer or something from way back. And he really likes drills and likes to build a really good drill. And that's what he's been focusing on. He's obviously... That man is really close to the end of his life. This is, again, one of those, like, Biden in the debate things. This is senile abuse stuff. This is so weird. That's what's happened to him, right? Surely. I think that this man might actually be very intelligent, but in that really engineering way of, I only specifically care about one specific type of thing, and I don't really care about any of the externalities that happen as a result of me doing this. I just like building the drills. I'm going to build drills. That's what he's doing, right? Look, he's even got it still there. It's like wearing it as a bib on his obviously stained shirt. Drill, baby, drill. That's all he thinks about all his life. Drills. I like drills. Drills are cool.
on which our living style...
Man, imagine having to hang out with these people. Imagine having to cozy up, being part of the patronage system of endlessly sucking up to these people that have clearly lost their minds from how much money is just swirling around in there. Imagine being part of that. See, I'm telling you, it's another reason why we got to bring back kings being at the top of the food chain, because it was so much better when the king was at the top. At least it had class to the patronage system. At least there was curtsies and all this stuff, as opposed to sitting there and going, hello, I think you're very creative for stealing Donald Trump's slogan. You're very smart. Ah, I said you're very smart. I like drills. Yeah, drills are great. I think he was lost on the way to Sexpo, where the message was a different meaning. Thank you very much. Very good contribution. Sick.
Standards are built. It provides the metals and minerals required for everyone and everything, of course. And it provides plenty of financial benefits too, including significant export revenues, contributing more taxes, than all other industries combined, and paying some of the highest average wages anywhere in the world, which we all enjoy. Politicians and media forget our
Someone made a mad comment here. How much funnier would it be if the sign said "Drill Daddy Drill"? Yes. Yes, that would be way more hilarious. Isn't this Christmas party incredible? I don't know about you guys, but I have had a blast over the last couple of days looking at this. It's honestly truly illuminating. I think I've learned more at this Christmas party about who's running this country than I have in the last 10 years of reading about these people.
export are price takers. We simply cannot keep loading on our government burdens and raise the prices to customers, because it comes back on us. Unfortunately, those contributions are often forgotten. Even worse, many of our politicians and governments choose to wrongly undermine our industry and their policies. Just consider our recent example of our taxpayers being billed almost $900,000 for a group of bloody bureaucrats, to set up a pavilion of the COP29.
I've changed my mind. I want to talk to this guy for half an hour. It would be so good to get him on the stream. And I don't want to be mean to him at all. I just want to sit there and say, what do you like other than drills? I just want to know what this man thinks about anything other than drilling. I don't want to talk to him about mining at all. Don't you? Don't you? It's just some insane senior citizen. If you got him to talk about anything else, it'd be gold. Ugh. He's fucked. Hey, Jordan, do you know what crip walking is yet, my brother? No! Actually, all right, let me just find out what that means. Because he gave me $7.99. Why not? Oh, right. Yeah. The crip walk. Yeah, of course. I'm an idiot. Yes, thank you for that. Now I know. Anyway, back to laughing at this man who's losing his mind.
Climate change conference to try to relax it and probably drink a few wines. In addition to all the other expenses of traveling over there.
See, isn't it incredible? Again, it's so good. They're just whinging about $900,000. These people wouldn't even notice $900,000 being stolen out of their personal bank accounts, let alone their businesses, let alone their industry. And they're pretending like this is a huge affront of money. I would love to know how much this Christmas party cost. I would really like to know. If anyone can find out how much the mining industry's Christmas party was, I will make you a bet of $900,000 that it cost way more than $900,000. I'm going to bet that it cost... Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it cost $9 million.
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on fossil fuel power jets, paid for which with tax monies and largely come from the mining and gas sectors, to tell about how to stop...
Look, did you see that? Sorry, just rewind. Look at this. Look at Gina Reinhardt telling off a waiter. Hang on, check this out. Oh, that was a great little moment. What happened?
The mining and...
There it is.
Just consider our recent example of our taxpayers being billed almost $900,000 for a group of bloody bureaucrats, to set up a pavilion of the COP29 climate change conference, to try to relax it and probably drink a few wines. In addition to all the other expenses of traveling over there.
Look at this.
Bureaucrats, as you know, flying on fossil...
Incredible, isn't it? Sitting there. Bureaucrats sitting around talking about how to stop the world from boiling over. $900,000. Probably about as much as the silverware cost in this room. $900,000 to talk about very important issues like stopping organised society from disintegrating entirely, sipping wines in the meantime, and then it cuts to a shot of Gina Reinhardt sipping a wine. Oh, we got ZAR money. I don't know what that is, by the way. I think it's like Zimbabwe dollars, is it? Hey, Jordan, I'm from South Africa, and I don't understand politics, Australian politics, but you entertain me regardless. Keep it up. I'm coming to Australia next week for vacation. Any advice you can give me? Zealot, that is incredible. That is spectacular. Well, I don't really know where you are going in Australia, Zealot, but thank you so much for your Zimbabwe bucks or whatever it is. I really appreciate it. Sounds like a cool currency that you have. Can I give you any advice for travel? Guys, give Zealot some... Reply to him and give him some advice. But honestly, I don't know where you are going in Australia. But I will tell you this. Everything in Australia that is great to see is its natural beauty. I would imagine it's probably the same as South Africa, really. It's like... We've got a lot of beautiful natural sights. And the more that you can see of that, the better. Alexandra Smith, $15. He sounds like your old Greek man character. Totally. Yes, he does. That guy looks like an older Justin Hams. That's brutal. What's your jawline routine? Don't have one. Natural. All right, we'll continue on. But yes, look at this. Look at Gina Reinhardt.
Dual-fuel power jets, paid for which with tax monies and largely come from the mining and gas sectors, to tell you about how to stop this very industry.
What do you reckon she was saying there? Sorry. Oh, fuck. You guys didn't see it. Sorry. Guys, put a caption in for this.
Just
what do you think is
consider
being
our
said?
recent example of what is largely come from
What do you think she's saying
the
here?
mining and gas sectors, to tell you about how to stop this very industry. As Tony Seabrook said at
She was telling off a waiter for something. Do you reckon it was because it is Gina Reinhardt? Give me another bowl of these potatoes. Give me some captions, and when we do this video, we'll do some voiceovers for her there.
National Agriculture Day last night, and our left governments worry about cows bleaching, but we don't worry about them farting. As the coalition waste spokesman said, the UN COP conferences have fast become carbon dioxide super emitters. We don't need that many bureaucrats swanning around the palatial pavilions on the taxpayers' dime, and when a delegation a fraction of the size could easily serve Australian interests in reduced carbon emission at the same time.
Did anyone else catch that? He's doing it, isn't it? He's doing the dementia rant. Words are just sort of meshing into each other. Jesus, no wonder these people resonate with Donald Trump so well. He's speaking sense by not speaking any sense at all. His mind is just a soup like mine. He's awesome.
Better still, don't send anyone to all those waste of time, waste of taxpayers' money international talk fests. Reality.
Here's some things that people were saying about Gina Reinhardt. I feel you misheard me. When I said I want all your potatoes, I meant all of your potatoes. Only Hunter Valley wine here. This is sick. I want gold flakes in my wine. Get me a full roasted pig. Leave the spit in. I'll just eat it like a kebab. Flute. I think you got the winner. That's sick. No, put it all in a bucket. You guys are kings. All right, hang on. Gina Reinhardt is the Baron from June. Totally. Actually, I saw an exec the other day that looks exactly like the Baron, and I can't see what it is. But yes, yeah, she is the Baron from June. Like, functionally, she runs exactly the same purpose. Exactly the same purpose. Yeah, we got any others? Just so you know, next time I want 4 plates of this. There's not enough oil in this wine. Yeah. How would that be? If she was saying that to the waiter, who let you in? Give me a few more bottles of champers. Also, bring back Yilmaz. She said that to the waiter. Who's Yilmaz? Damn it! I said I want Yilmaz. Now go get him. I need something deep fried and smothered in chocolate. Sit down while this extremely enlightened psycho tries to speak. Cripply 500's got a pretty good one. Sit down while this extremely enlightened psycho tries to speak. Look at him, he's fun. Baby Julie, and he's put on mega screens across the room. Just so you didn't see the very astute, artistic, political message I am trying to convey, no? Also, the gas comes through the Bill Gates hates me. I didn't do nothing to him. We've got $5 for a suggestion. Here we go, by Thad Wilson. I ordered the oil drowned baby seal, not the clubbed one. Dude, you guys are coming up with mad calls. $10 for this one. A barrel of gravy. You heard me. A barrel.
Is that we need more mining. We need new mines each year, and we need much more gas. The Mumba gas fields which are here today has served Australians reliably for more than 50 years, and hopefully for the next 50 or longer. Australia has vast deposits of most of the metals and minerals the world wants, and vast gas resources too. We shouldn't have any problem with high energy prices in Australia. We should never be facing prospect of heat or eat, as some people do. We should never face the reality of brownouts or blackouts, but we do, simply because governments have chosen to demonize coal and gas and refuse to enable the timely development of our natural resources.
It's incredible that they just live in this lie. I get it because this guy is no longer tethered to reality at all, and he sees the Grim Reaper coming for him in the... Just let me finish my speech, okay? Just 2 more minutes. But everybody else just keeps saying the same thing over and over, that the reason we have blackouts is because we don't produce enough gas. Forgetting that they forced the previous Liberal government, to sign an agreement which allowed them to export all of our gases immediately out. It's exactly the same as when you go to Rockhampton, the beef capital of Queensland, and the locals don't get a lick, not one of the steaks of the good cow. That all goes immediately, it's all under contract, goes immediately to Japan. Exactly the same thing with the gas. And they just keep saying it over and over. It's the government's fault, yes?
We now have far more tape and regulations than we had apparently when the social Whitlam government was in office. But probably was less than half of bureaucrats then. And most of those years since we've had coalition government, as Mrs. Reinhardt said, we don't need Linos. Now is the time for action. We need those like the...
This guy's gonna bring it. I'm sorry. Can we just put that quote underneath that man now? Now is the time for action. This man, the Arnold Schwarzenegger in the wings of the mining industry. Doc is cheap. Also, so is this sign, but I think the sign is very cool. Here we go. I've got another one. Lemon writes, he's looking to the side the whole time like the Reaper, sat politely waiting for him to finish each word of his... Yeah, dude, I said the same thing. Lemon, we are on the same wavelength. That's totally... Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, don't you reckon? The Reaper's sitting there going, yeah, I suppose I could get another can of that. This guy's amazing. He stole the show. Isn't it pathetic that a dementia-riddled man is the best public speaker that they've had? Honestly, it's incredible, isn't it? Money can't buy everything.
US will soon have under President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And because they have wrongly chosen renewable-only electricity system, which is impossible to deliver and which one commentator recently described as having to be connected to a complex and expensive life support system the old grids did not need. Don't forget, solar only generates power between 10 or 25% of the time. Wind usually up to 30% of the time. The only reason the lights have stayed on...
Yeah, but that's such a bullshit point because it's like, yeah, that's why you have a national grid that is connected. So when the wind isn't blowing in Queensland, it's blowing in Victoria. And then you trade that energy up there. It's so dumb.
In Australia is because of coal and gas. Totally inadequate solar and wind supply cannot power Australia. Let all remind our friends and neighbours, our families, and our politicians, especially their kids.
Especially the kids of the politicians. What? That's so good. Let's all remind our friends and neighbours. Wait, not our neighbours, our families. Okay, I'm pretty sure that they're well reminded of your speeches, mate. I don't think this is the first time you've said this. It's well too polished. You are such a natural, aren't you?
Of the essential nature of our mining and related industry. Let's advocate for better policies to see our industry flourish, which will help to improve all Australians' living standards. As Mr. Reinhardt said, if the mining industry declines, so will the standards of living of Australians. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he deserves a clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we started doing a few years back, from time to time at National Mining Day, we recognise individuals that have made an extraordinary contribution to the industry over long periods of time.
Yeah, okay.
Tonight, we want to do something similar.
Yeah.
Can I please ask Professor Ian Plimer to join me on stage? Professor Plimer has endlessly spent a lot of time actually working for the mining industry, developing the mining industry. For all of us in the mining industry, thank you very much and congratulations.
Okay, we can't use music. Here we go.
He and others have given me airtime to talk about the absolute nonsense that we hear about climate change. Climate has always changed. In the past, no climate change was ever driven by carbon dioxide.
You know what this is? It's the greatest hits. All the Sky News talking points regurgitated by people with even less charisma than Sky News hosts. Now with even more dementia. This is also incredible that you would think that the great minds of the mining industry would be talking about the industry. They would be talking about what developments they could be making and how they could be innovating. And all they do is bitch and complain about regulation on them. All they ever do is bitch and complain that our friend Peter Dutton isn't in government. No, this can't happen. We can't even have one term where our preferred politician is in power. That's not fair. We're the victims. We're the victims here. It's just them going, did you hear on Sky News the other day? And these are the great minds. This guy is supposed to be this engineer that completely redefined engineering in Australia. And he just got nothing to say about engineering. Nothing. It's all just very vacuous, very empty political stump speeches that you've heard 1,000 times in the Murdoch press. It's like they haven't even thought of their own ideas. They're too lazy. They're paying someone else to come up with their talking points. Again, it's so, the absolute lameness of the Australian corporate industry. It's just not filled with great people. They're very, very stupid, lazy people. Aren't they? These are the people at the top. Wouldn't you be thinking about, if you had all of that money, you had so much money, wouldn't you be thinking about all these other industries that you could be investing in, that you could be starting? Even if you were scared of the renewable revolution, you have the money and infrastructure to just completely buy the whole thing out. Like that. You know, it's going to cost a tenth of it, and then you can go into that industry and you can help it grow. Like, if our mining industry had even a semblance of a brain, they would look at the Labor Party and say, okay, well, what they're doing is clearly just navigating Australia into what the rest of the world is doing, where the world is naturally going. This has nothing to do with us anymore. This is about an international push that is happening. We're going this way, and we're developing Australia to move with the times, which is what the Labor Party always does. And you would think that if they had a semblance of a brain, they'd think, oh, okay, well, we'll get in on this and we'll start investing in it. We'll make money and we'll be in there in the future and blah, blah, blah. That they're not thinking like this at all. It's just like, where's my money pit? I want my money pit. Why are you taking away even a cent from my money pit? It's mine. Mine. That's it. It's just everything in these people's minds. Mine as in the mine, and mine as in me. Mine, 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 mine. Children that have completely lost their marbles because they're going through Alzheimer's. Where is the innovation in these? Lazy, lazy dullards. Like, I can't count how many times they completely contradicted themselves, that they would be whining about something and then immediately whining about the exact opposite of it when they're sitting there saying, we give so much money to hospitals. Why is the Labor Party making us pay tax? Look, now they're making us pay as much as hospitals. What the hell? You know? And then they come out sipping their Chardonnays as they talk about climate change while we sit here sipping our Chardonnays. It's the idiots. They're so dumb. Guys, it's just like there's not a single brain amongst them. It's so infuriating because I know a bunch of people around me that have set up businesses that are extremely profitable, but don't have anywhere near the level of capital that would be available for this. You know what would honestly be a better investment than any of this? If they hate bureaucracy and red tape so much, wouldn't it even be better? Like, I would just settle for an enterprising private sector. Obviously, naturally, I would prefer to have a strong government that had all of this money and resources, but failing that, seeing as they've made it abundantly clear, as they've cooed every government that has ever gone against them, that that is not an option, I would just settle for these guys not being complete and utter mushheads whose brains are liquefied, like the gas that they pump. Gas heads. I would settle for an industry that is filled with actually intelligent people in it. And then they could do what they think in their heads of, yes, we're these great titans of industry that funnel all of the private sector, that only our great minds can comprehend how to really build the future of Australia, except that they have no ideas. This was an hour where not a single idea was breached, except Anthony Albanese sucks. He's making us pay tax. Boo. I hate Labor because they make me pay tax. And also they unionise workforces, which means I have to pay more in wages. Oh, that's my money. It's incredible. How much money do these people have access to? Guys, this is what really angers me. Even in this group chat right now of the people that are in here, don't you think that if we had access to even like a tenth of the capital that they did, we would be able to make huge amounts of money? Huge. There would be enough brains within these. We're idiots. Everyone watching this right now, like, what are we doing on our sad little, what's today, like Friday or whatever, when everyone else is partying or whatever? Well, I suppose that does make it, but we're a bunch of like dumbasses, right? We're just sitting around on the internet doing nothing. I swear to God, if we had access to that capital, we would be able to do way better business decisions than these idiots. They don't do anything. They've never had to do anything in their entire lives. They've had to sit there and inherit land that just so happened to have a bunch of resources on it, and then the Chinese developed it for them and then gave them a stipend of it, and they sit there, yeah, I'm a business genius. It's so infuriating. It's like, guys, if that myth was true, that the private sector is really what builds the world, that actually might be true. They have access to so much money that they could actually do that if they were remotely smart. But they're all bozos. And they all sit there saying very stupid things. I'll say this. The CEO of Santos, he seemed like he knew what he was doing. That was it, though. That was the only guy in it that really seemed like he was there with merit. And then everybody else. Like, just look at this dullard's face. Lifetime Achievement Award in mining. Look at the vacant stare in his face. Look at it. There's nothing going on up there. Hi, Geordies. It's me again. Just a heads up that one of these 3 emails I sent you involves a super mega juicy story involving my dad, some bikies, and an Australian Army base. I bet my left testy you will love it. I sent it in 2411. Oh, really? Well, thank you very much for that, Camber. And thank you very much for the $30 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Good on you. I will be on the lookout for that. I think, yeah, I do vaguely remember you talking about that. Sometimes I do my old email things in bulk. So, yeah, I'll be looking forward to it. Cheers. Cheers, Cambo. That's great. Anyway, we'll go on and we'll play the rest of this. We'll see.
Dioxide. In the past, we've had up to 1,000 times more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than now. And what do we have? We had ice ages. Carbon dioxide is plant food. It's not a pollutant.
Oh, shut up. It's just, this is the other thing. How many times do you think the people in that room have heard that exact speech? Just regurgitating these same church hymns. That's all that's happening here. They're church hymns. Nothing. No innovation. There's no innovation even in their argument. This is the same dumb 1,000 times debunked talking points they've been saying for 20, 30, 40 years. Back when that guy's hair probably still looked exactly the same. I bet you he's looked like that for a long time. Mr. Sockface, we need to know if this is Delwart Drill or Guy or Milwaukee. This is the information we really need to know. Yeah. Me too. I really want to know that as well. Socky Big Sockface. Thank you very much for the donation as well.
And the more carbon dioxide we put in the air, the better it is. I'm of the girth, and as you can see, Tad's of the girth, where he cannot hug trees any longer. So we feed them with carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
It is the gas of life. It is not a pollutant.
Yeah,
and
cool.
So I've been using the past to show that carbon dioxide doesn't drive climate change. What we are doing in building these wind and solar monstrosities is not environmental. It's not for climate. We have opened up a new scam, and this scam is costing us dearly and will continue to cost us dearly. So I thank the organisers for this award. I thank you, Sky and others.
It's really lame because it's just like, it's the same speech that Lord Monckton was saying, but at least Lord Monckton had a very funny accent. But this guy's just a bozo. I don't own a comb.
For giving me the opportunity to talk common sense.
Yeah, bad time.
And what we have as a mining community is a huge fight in front of us. We have to be activists. We have to fight stupidity. And our greatest weapon is common sense and the economy. So National Mining and Related Industries Day is a very, very important day to do this. But it's only one of the 365 days of the year that we have to fight for our industry. And great Australians like Mrs. Reinhardt, who's the greatest woman this country's ever produced.
Ever? Again, she was just fell out of the right vagina. That was all she really did. That's her accomplishments in life. There's not one single woman that's better. Come on, what about Susie O'Neill? It's someone who's actually done something of merit, you know? You can pick a sports star. I don't care. You can pick Kathy Freeman, whatever. Anyone that's actually accomplished something, even if it's a fucking Olympic medal, you know? I think that they would be a better, more impressive woman than Gina Reinhardt.
Great Australians are fighting. You have to join in. So thank you.
Well, wasn't that incredible? I mean, I know that it's way past our bedtime, but that was truly enlightening. I mean, I was not expecting it to be anywhere near as revealing as that. I've got to thank the person that leaked this to us. I was wrong to have doubted you. It was everything you promised and more. I thank everybody for watching that stream that went for so long, because I think you guys were having a really good time too, yeah? Mark just writes, man literally looks like the ghoul from Fallout. Why does it feel like he survived a few offshore tests or 20? Heck, even cancer looks like this guy feels bad for his actions. It does. It's like all of them. They all have that real sickly... They do. Maybe it is just the fact of, like, they are just around a bunch of dangerous gases all day. Let's just see what's up there now, right? Like, this is the image. This is what they're around constantly. That can't be good for your brain. Whatever is getting pumped out of there endlessly. What did the old guy say? I couldn't concentrate because of his horrid haircut. It was hard, wasn't it? It really was. Oh, that awful hair. Well, anyway. I think it's time to get out of here because we've all put in our hours, haven't we? I really do appreciate all of you sitting here for this 4-hour stream while we sat there and laughed at. That was so much better than I thought it would be. I think, honestly, we're going to have to clip this up and turn it into a video because there was too much gold in there of them whining about a single gold mine that was blocked of theirs that they wanted to produce immediately. Now, it's incredibly entitlement of it. Incredible, isn't it? It's so... Think about that level of entitlement in life. They think that they are entitled to ignoring laws. That level of entitlement. But the laws are for everyone else except me. Isn't it incredible that in your day-to-day life, you have to deal with a lot of red tape and government bureaucracy, and you might bitch and moan about it. Oh, I can't believe I have to get my license renewed. Why can't it be done for 10 years instead of 5 years? You'll have those moments, but you'll go ahead and do it anyway. But these people sit there and they start a movement to allow them to commit ecocide. The brave, proud Australians. Robocop experiments for Oz. I'll tell you something else that we need to also be very thankful for as well, in one way. So yes, I'm very angry that they are dullards, because if they were smart, they would be able to make a lot of money, and they would be able to do it in an environmentally sustainable way. But the other thing is that, thank God they are dullards, because if they were truly this selfish and egotistical and they actually had some brains to them, my God, the damage they could do. Which is another reason that it's terrifying that Peter Dutton is their guy, because Peter Dutton is exactly that. He is an evil man. He is an evil genius. He's an evil genius. But anyway, it's been 4:20 on the dot, so I think it's a perfect time to end this stream, lad. Hey, thank you so much for tuning in once again. Truly appreciate it. I'll see you next time.